Good morning. Today is the 30th day of June. The time is, 10:06. Okay, the board is in session. All three commissioners are present. The purpose of this hearing is for the Board of Equalization to provide taxpayers with an opportunity to appeal the assessed value placed on their property for tax purposes. For each hearing, the appellant will be given an opportunity to make a presentation, after which the appraiser will give a factual presentation on how the assessed value is established. Each appellant will then have a chance to provide the final rebuttal, after which the board will make a decision. Anyone wishing to give testimony will have to be sworn in. All motions made during these hearings will be made by the board convened as the Board of Equalization. Pursuant to Idaho Code, Section 63-501A, only the property owner / taxpayer or their legal counsel may appear before the board. Okay, anyone wishing to give testimony will stand at this time and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Go ahead.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. We don't have any unfinished business, so we'll take up the first, do we need to make any changes? Yeah, I mean, we need to make a couple of changes. Go ahead.
I'll move to remove Stephen and Joanne Booth from the 10 a.m. agenda. They're going to be moved to July 6th, 2026. I'll further move to remove Galen Merrill from the 11 a.m. schedule. They're also going to be moved to July 6th, 2026.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. The first item on the agenda is Frank Diagnostino. Okay, go ahead, Frank.
Thanks. Nice to meet you as well. Thanks. Nice to meet you.
Okay, go ahead.
And just for everybody, you can testify from there or you can come to the podium. Either one's available to you.
However you prefer, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for notifying everybody, Ryan.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also have PDFs if that is required or contemplate or any of that. I don't know. I've never done this before. So.
Okay, well, okay. Just a minute. We forgot something. We need to play a recording. Go ahead.
The purpose of this hearing is for the Board of Equalization, BOE, to provide taxpayers with an opportunity to appeal the assessed value placed on their property for taxing purposes. For each hearing, the appellant will be given 3 minutes to make their presentation, after which the appraiser will give a factual presentation on how the assessed value was established. Each appellant will then have a chance to provide a final 2-minute rebuttal. The board will then make a decision. Anyone wishing to give testimony will have to be sworn in. All motions made during these hearings will be made by the Board of Commissioners convened as the Board of Equalization. Pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-501A, only the property owner taxpayer or their legal counsel may appear before the Board of Equalization. You may, however, call witnesses to testify on your behalf within your allotted time frame. We are aware that some appellants may not be able to appear at their scheduled hearing due to our statutory time frame to hear appeals. However, the board does review and consider all documents and information provided when making our decisions. As set forth in Idaho Code 63-502, the burden of proof falls to the taxpayer seeking relief to establish that the determination of the assessor is erroneous, including any determination of the assessed value, Otherwise, this board shall uphold the assessed value. It is important to note that if there is a reduction in your taxable value, it does not reduce resources to the governing entities, but in fact shifts the tax burden to other taxpayers in the district. Any adjustment made on your assessment will be in place for the current tax year only. Please understand, after the current tax year, the adjustment will be removed and your property value could change drastically if market conditions warrant it. If you are not satisfied with the BOE's decision, you will have an opportunity to appeal the decision to the Board of Tax Appeals or the District Court.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, and really appreciate it. I see Colton had a good opportunity to take some nice new pictures of our house on the assessment with the data that he sent me yesterday, so I appreciate that. And we've had a couple conversations. So I haven't done this before. I know there's a quick time, so if it sounds like I'm talking fast, I am. So the subject property is our home. Just a review on the front page. We bought it in '21. It was built in 2008, remodeled in 2023. There's some reasons why we had the remodel there. The trusses were overspanned in the house. The house was vacant for 2 years. And so we did some work to accommodate that. The only thing we've done to the exteriors, we painted it. And after the fire that we had in the foothills last year, we had the Eagle Fire Department come out, give us an assessment for what to do with the landscaping. So we put a bunch of rocks around the property to try and reduce the fire risk and do some other things. We did add an extension to one of the shop bays that is on the lower part of the property. There was no increase in living square footage. The land, although it shows in all these pictures in the aerials, is 4.66 acres. It's basically 2.75% usable, and I'm anticipating Colton will put up the map of that, and I can point out exactly where that is. So 41% is basically of that is usable. The rest of it is 20 to 25% grades that, unless you spend millions of dollars of excavation, the property is unusable. There's also a storm drain corridor that runs through the middle of that property that we can't approach 20 foot on either side of it. So I estimated the 0.36 acres. All right, so if we go to the next slide, in the paper, I give a listing. In the conversation, the original packet that I put in, I was doing it based on assessed value. I didn't know what I was doing. I had a couple subsequent conversations with Colton. 2 of the properties that he has in his documents, I have in here. And I was trying to look for some determinism on how to determine value. We had some discussions on property value, property attributes, square footage, desirability, view, all that stuff. I've summarized those here on the right column. What I did realize is the only determinism I could come up with was what the house was sold for in 2025, which I was told the house had to close in 2025. And then I came up with what I called an assessment per price per square foot is really where those numbers came up, and that was the only thing deterministic that I could do. These properties that I have listed in here, except one of them, or a couple of them, these are properties that we walk by every day. We know the homeowners. We've watched the properties both go on the market, sell, and some be pulled off the market because they couldn't sell. So the 4188 Star Vista, you can see the data relative to the house that's there. Also, I want to point out that 4336 Star Vista, which is not in some of the document, it's a house that's built the same way. It's the same year. If you look at the architecture of the house, it's a mid-century modern, mountain modern type style. One decided to put cabinets that were minimalist, industrialist, and the other one went more traditional. These houses are 2 minutes from our house, walk from door to door. So you can see some of the data of the comps that are selling in that area. I summarized those to create a mean of $463 for an assessment per square footage. That's how I came up with that number, and you can see where the valuation based on that would be if you had applied our house to the mean of the houses that are in our neighborhood that are comparable properties that sold in 2025. Okay, on the next slide, all I did was walk through. There's a bunch of other homes that are in this that will justify or satisfy the assessment price per square foot that I have in the neighborhood. I just figured I was kind of providing the same data over and over and over. So one thing I will comment on is 3889 Hall Drive they are a friend of ours. They live 2 doors down. After filing an assessment online in June, they had their price reduced. I will also point out that 4060 North Star Vista is the most valuable house in the block, in the neighborhood, from Beacon Light all the way up to where we are. That house is assessed lower than our value. They also got a 13.65 reduction this year. And on top of that, our neighbor that I just mentioned also got a reduction. So I guess in summary, if you want to look at the valuation appeal, we have a 34% premium over the 2026 mean assessed price per square foot of the 2025 sale comps that are in peer properties that are in our area. We are older than 66% of the compared properties in my presentation. We have less square footage than all the peer properties, and we have significantly lower usable acreage based on the data that I put in front. I also see that our valuation has gone up 58% over 2 years and 39% in 1 year, when we have neighbors in our neighborhood that are seeing 13.65% reductions or other reductions in the assessment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Colton Elmore, residential appraiser with the Ada County Assessor's Office. The subject property is located in the Beacon Light Estates in the Eagle Foothills. The subject property is 4,196 square feet, single-story home with a walkout basement. Built in 2008 and remodeled in 2023. The remodel consisted of an interior alteration that involved moving the staircase, adding support beams, and shifting the entire kitchen. The appellant was offered an inspection, but denied. The home is above average construction and condition and is located on a larger lot size with panoramic views of the Treasure Valley. The subject was trended for the 2026 tax year and increased 38.96%, which is consistent with the immediate neighborhood. The area is up for reappraisal in 2027, where a much more in-depth look at the improvement will be evaluated. Page 2 are the results of our mass appraisal defense for the subject's area. Page 3, in your materials, you will see 3 comparable properties, which are considered the best indicators of value. All comparables used are similar to the subject in age, physical characteristics, and bracket the subject in size. These sales were adjusted for square footage, bathroom count, garage square footage, land, and market appreciation that occurred since their respective sales dates. Comparable sales have an adjusted sales price range of $2,638,100 to $2,740,100, with comparable one being the most heavily weighted sale given its closeness and proximity to the subject. Page 4, 5, and 6 are maps showing the subject's property's location in relation to the comparables, a land equity map, and an aerial depiction of the subject. Based on the provided market data, the subject property's 2026 assessment value of $2,606,400 appears to be well within acceptable range of market value. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the assessor? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, so it looks like you have 2 of the same comparables as the appellant does.
That is correct.
And so how is, maybe you can just explain how you're coming to a different conclusion when you guys are using the same comparables.
Right. So comparable number 1, the 4188 North Star Vista, we made adjustments for the square footage, the land, and the age of home was so close we didn't make an adjustment there. We had to make an adjustment for the shop square footage or garage square footage, and then the appreciation of the sales date.
Okay, any other questions?
And the other comparable?
Which address is that? This settlement. Okay, so the same kind of adjustments there are going to be for the land, the time adjusted sales price, square footage, garage square footage or shop square footage. This one, we did make an adjustment for the age. It was built in 1992 versus 2008 with an effective age of 2011 due to the remodel. And those were the adjustments made for those.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if you'd like to do a rebuttal, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think if you look at the attributes, and he was referencing, first off, I want to correct something. I did not refuse somebody to come into the house. When we went through this original packet to give to you, we worked with the recorder's office. We did permits for all the construction that we did. They had updated documentation on the quality of finishes, all of that. Our initial conversation, I was supposed to get back to in a couple days. I had to call back another week and a half. I didn't understand what the reason was for that. We had some discussions on this. The only thing that's kind of a delta on this, so he left out the house that's on Star Vista that is almost exactly comparable to the one that's in his comp. It's built the same year, it has the same construction, it has the same finishes, and if you look at those properties online, and let me give you the reason why that is. In 11 of 25, that house sold for $174 million. That house is 3 doors away from ours. The reason it sold for that is because that's what the market would bear. I want to use an example of the Pronghorn property that he brought up on there. So that house sold in 9-2, and I told you I'm not a professional, I've just moved a lot for work. So if I knew a 9-2 that I had a house I was going to sell, that on 1-1 of the next year, it was going to gain $500,000, I would have quit my job, I would have got a real estate license, and I would have had a lot of money in capital gains because there's no market that bears that. If you do not drastically change a home, or if you do not add a multi-million-dollar home next to a former farm that they sold out to developers, there's not one home that we've ever been involved in that goes up that much. We used to live in the Puget Sound area, and we got used to the property tax hikes that went on in that area. We moved to come to Idaho for the reason that a lot of people come here. I've never once in my entire life in California, Oregon, Washington, ever had a 38.96% increase in 1 year with no change to the property, and the only thing you've done to the outside is paint it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, here we are. Is there any more questions from the board? Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, for the assessor's office, what's your opinion of the other comparable he cited that was closest to the property?
So the 4336 North Star Vista, I didn't use it for a sale. Number one, it's over 1,000 square foot larger, so just the square footage detoured me. Also, if we go ahead and look at the sales price, it did sell for $1,749,000. However, I didn't like the discrepancy of the listing. It was originally listed for 2.39, and 12 days later, they pulled it. It had been pulled and reposted 3 to 4 times before it then sold for the $1,749,000. We had to make large adjustments for the shop and adjustments for the square footage. So it was just, there was more movement on our adjustments that needed to be made versus the 3 comps that I provided that were closer in square footage. That's why I chose the 4188 North Star Vista. It's in the same neighborhood, closer to the appellant's property in square footage and age of home as well.
Okay, any other questions from the,
May I offer one more data point? So on the 3889 Hall Drive house that recently got reduced as well, we watched that house get listed from over $3 million all the way down to the low 2s. And I'll tell you the number one reason why is because the market wouldn't allow that house to be sold at a higher rate. It is a big house that is on an amazing view, but it's got a property with more than 25% grades that's unusable. It has a pool, so there's some variation to that. But they pulled that house off the market because it would not sell. The same reason 38, the one that I referenced on Star Vista, that was 1749, exactly the same reason why that house sold for what it did, which is that's what the market would bear. We know those people, we live in them, and in fact, the house that he's saying that he didn't include on the assessment, we know them. We knew them when they lived on Saddleman. They referred our contractor to us that helped us with the floor. We know these people, we know what they did, we've been in their houses, and so we can tell you the data from living in that neighborhood. That's why I came up with the deterministic number, not on my data, it's on your data that you came up with within the assessor's office, and that's how I come up with the assessed price per square foot.
okay? Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
This is for staff. You said no inspection, and he said, would that, do you think that would have made a major difference?
I can't contest. All I had to go off of were the MLS listing pictures from 2021. That's the most updated, recent interior pictures that I could go off of. They had a remodel in 2023, so I offered an inspection and was denied an inspection. So
That's not true. That is not true.
And so, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
My next question is, you said the lot size, so and the usable space on the lot, the appellant said, made that comparison as well. Did you make that, how did you evaluate the comparison in terms of lots
So
in your evaluation?
if we look at comparable number one, it has a very similar lot size, also similar usability to the lot. The subject property has a better view than all the other comparables, and that's going to be taken into consideration for lot value.
Okay. Do you think an inspection would alter your view, your point of view?
As of right now, just going off the comparable properties that I've provided here today, I don't think so.
Okay. And they're this, close to the same square footage, all these comparables?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Another question for staff. So in terms of price per square foot, based on what the appellant has brought forward in terms of values, price per square foot, what would you consider the reason for that disparity in terms of price per square foot?
Well, there's a lot more that goes into when we value properties than price per square foot. Square footage is taken into consideration, but when we look at everything, age of home, bathroom counts, garage square footage, there's much more than just price per square foot that we have to take into account. So if we're just looking at price per square foot, total price divided by total square footage, it's not as clean as looking at the characteristics of the home as well.
So, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman, so that goes to the question that the chairman asked. If you actually were able to do a visual inspection, would that then maybe adjust the value, your consideration of value? Could it?
If we were talking about discrepancies of quality of home, then yes, it would.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay. Any other questions or?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
for the appellant, are you still wanting an inspection based on everything you've heard today?
I think the data that we provide and what we provide in the building permits and the recorder's office are fine. I don't know how, like he just said, if he looks at it, it's probably not going to change his view. I'm just giving you your data played back against these comps and other comps that were left out that are more identical in house in usability. Some of those attributes are bigger pools or views or whatever, and those are all sort of subjective. I use your data to come up with assessed price per square foot based on his comps, based on the ones that I put in, which was one additional and two others. There's another house in the neighborhood that is 2 doors away from us that also supports a $465 assessed price per square foot value. So he agrees that it's not going to change his perception of value, and I think the data that we provided through the building department and the records and the permits and then coming back and doing the finals, and what I asked with the nice lady from the records office, I mean, we had to fix the trusses on the and then the county person who came in to look at the development said, your stair's not going to pass code. By the way, the other thing I want to point out is this is not a 5-bedroom house. It is a 4-bedroom house, and it has a 5-bedroom septic. That data is also wrong. Our bottom floor of the house has the original cabinets. The bathrooms weren't touched. We fixed the kitchen, we fixed the floor, and we had to bring the stairs up to code. And we painted the outside of the house, and we put rocks around the landscaping and mowed the lawn. How we go 39% in 1 year feels wrong on a bunch of levels, but I just want to focus on the data. So,
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any other properties close by that had that much of an increase in valuation, 39%?
The immediate neighborhood saw the same increase. Star Vista, where we pulled the similar comps, they were probably a little undervalued this year based on the sales data that's provided. That's why we saw the large increase in this area, just going off of sales and how we trend. That was for the large increase.
And of course, it should be noted that the sales data that you use are from 2025, correct?
That is correct, yes. So we look at all sales from January 1st of 2025 all the way up through the end of the year of December. And then we trend to our lien date of January 1st, 2026.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, go ahead.
And that was my question as well, in terms of if the trend data, because you didn't do a visual, this wasn't in the percentage, 20% for actual evaluation, you just did trend data for correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
This wasn't in the 20% that actual, you went out and did a visual inspection, correct?
No,
This was.
yeah, reappraisal is this year that we're going to go ahead and
So based on that, would it, do you think if you had actually done that and looked at the entire community individually, your evaluation would still be the same?
yes.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, hearing none. What is the pleasure of the board? Anybody want to say anything? We have a couple, and this does typically happen where we have a conflict between what our professional staff is telling us and how you're asking us to analyze it. And regardless of what we do, you have a lot, if we uphold the value of the assessor, you would have a chance to appeal that, and you have a lot more time involved and more staffing to do that. So I'm just asking the question, what's the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I guess that's where I was going as well in terms of the evaluation. We have a limited amount of time to question. We have the responsibility of going with the assessed value as the assessor does it. That's why I asked the methodology question. And absent any major changes, and with the fact that the individual does have an appeal right to the State Board of Tax Appeals, I think we should uphold the recommendation of the assessor.
Any other discussion? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that the Board of Commissioners, sitting in the Board of Equalization, uphold the assessor's value on parcel number R085041006. Is that 60? Yeah, 60. And authorize the chair to sign the documents on behalf of the board.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Motion is to uphold the assessed valuation. And I might add parenthetically that if you appeal this to the State Tax Commission, they have a lengthier process. And so we only have a few minutes to make these considerations. And you might, if you've offered to have an inspection, you might want to accomplish that, and then the assessor may make an alternate recommendation. I'm not sure, but I think that's the best position, and it follows the law for us. So with that, you've heard the motion. Is there any more of the discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Okay, next up we have Timothy Fox. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you. All right, go ahead, sir.
All right, good morning, everybody. Interestingly enough, I disputed our assessment value last year, provided a lot of documentation to the assessor's office, and ultimately ran out of time to kind of continue to negotiate the pricing, so accepted the value they gave. This year, as you can see from what I handed out, it kind of shows the property value starting at 2017 through 2026, the assessment values. We purchased this townhome, and it's a 1,900 plus square foot townhome in 2019 for $392,000. So if you look at the second sheet, tracking through 2022, I think the assessment values were somewhat accurate. And because I was working, traveling a lot for work, didn't have a lot of time to dispute values. The other thing is that, as my financial advisor says, I was an income earner. So I always thought, oh, I can make more money, no big deal. Well, I retired 2 years ago, so now I am a income spender and don't make new income according to her. So this year, the assessment came out at $773,200. Per your own documentation that's on the board here, that's over an 18% increase in value. If you look on the third page down at the bottom, highlighted in yellow, this comes from the assessor's office website. Median property values rose roughly 1.6% in the past year. The deputy assessor, Brad Smith, said, that the markets were pretty sedate. So if the market only went up 1.6%, how do we get to an 18% increase in my property value? Now, on page 3, there's a chart there starting in 2022 with an assessed value of $534,200. And if you take what you guys use as your guide, which is the Intermountain Listing Service for comparables, these are the actual market increases for townhomes or decreases for the past 4 years. So the market went down 1.2%, went up 9%, went down 2.2%, went up 2.5% in 2025. So if you follow the chart and do the math of the assessed value starting at $534,200 in 2022, the actual property value should be $533,844. And these are facts that are substantiated by the Boise Regional Realtor market from data that is generated from the Intermountain Listing Service. So again, how do we get to a $773,000 value when the market only went up 1.6% according to you? I used a 2.5%, which came from the following sheets, which is actually from the Boise Regional Realtor market. So I'm not going, and when I'd inquired from the assessor's office how you come up with a value, I was told, well, we use a very broad brush to come up with these values. I'm using very hard, cold facts to come up with a value based on real estate information from Intermountain Listing Service. So I'd appreciate your consideration on adjusting the value down to the $533,000. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jake Wilson, residential appraiser with the Ada County Assessor's Office. The subject's property is located in the Terrace Ridge Townhome subdivision just north of Hill Road in the Boise foothills. It is a two-story townhome that has 1,998 square feet. The home is of typical construction and average condition and is located on a typical lot size for the homes in this area. The subject was trended for the 2026 tax year and increased 18.2%, which was consistent with the immediate neighborhood. However, after further review of the subdivision, including a sale within the Terrace Ridge townhomes following the January 1st, 2026 lien date, it was determined that the subdivision values exceeded market levels. As a result, the values were adjusted downward throughout the subdivision. These adjustments were accepted by all owners except our subject. An adjustment value of $640,800 is supported by available market evidence and is consistent with the revised subdivision values. Page 2 are our results for our master appraisal defense for the subject's area. On page 3, you will see 3 comparable sales that support our adjusted assessed value that was offered. All comparables are similar to the subject in age, physical characteristics, and bracket the subject in size. These sales were adjusted for market appreciation and differences in characteristics. Comparable sales have an adjusted sales price value range of $593,300 to $793,300. Pages 4, 5, and 6 are maps showing the subject's property location in relation to comparables and a land equity map and an aerial depiction of the subjects. Pages 7 and 8 provide the MLS listing sheet and listing history for the post-lien date sale with the subdivision that prompted the subsequent review and adjustment for the subdivision values. Based on the market data provided, the offered assessed value of $640,800 appears to be well within the acceptable range of market value. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Would you like to offer any kind of a rebuttal?
So my only comment would be that with the comparables, and I went through this last year with the assessor's office, I provided a tremendous amount of information showing a broad range of values in the townhome markets. And at the end of the day, that was largely ignored. So I can go out on the MLS and I can find townhomes that sell for a much higher amount than ours would, or a much lower amount than ours would, come up with a broad range. So you can pick and choose off the MLS what you want to use. There were actually 2 townhomes that did sell in our small 10-home development this year. They were both sold at the exact same price. However, those townhomes, the values don't technically qualify because they were sold in 2026, not 2025. The $640,000 amount that was provided, I'm not saying is unreasonable. It's just that if you use the facts and the average increases over the last, 3 to 4 years, based on the information I provided you, that should be what our taxes are based on, not a broad brush and guesstimates of what I was told was done, that these are the best guesstimates that can come up with. And again, I just feel that facts should speak louder than subjective information.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Go ahead, Mr. Chair. So for the assessor's office, you said that you reviewed the subdivision, gave it another look over, and you determined that it was a little bit higher than what the market was dictating?
Yes, we did.
And then so you reassessed all the properties in the subdivision?
Correct. We lowered the assessed values of all the properties in the subdivision.
And then when you re-examined the appellant's home, you felt it should be assessed at a slightly lower value?
So the appellant had adjustment in 2025 as well, which looks like, so that makes his adjustment look a little less than his neighbors because they did not receive that adjustment in 2025. So his percent change is now a minus 2.01%, while the subdivision averaged minus 4.62% to a minus 15.14%. But again, that was because he also had an adjustment in 2025.
Okay,
And what was the value you came up with after taking another look?
So our adjusted value we had offered him is $640,800.
That was lower than the 25 assessed valuation, was it not? Is it not?
Yes.
I'm kind of having a hard time understanding how you think your property hasn't increased in value at all since '22.
I'm not saying it hasn't increased in value at all. Last year, I was trying to get the value of the property down to about $600,000, which is what I felt was a fair market value at the time. And like I said, I ran out of time to work on this with the assessor's office. Now,
Did I hear you correct? You're asking us to put the values at what?
well, if you look at what the actual market data is from Boise Regional Realtors coming from the Intermountain Listing Service, based on the chart that I provided, over the last 4 years, the property should be valued at $533,844. Now, is that what the property would sell for today? No, that's not what I'm saying. It's just, how do you get from even the 640 value to 773,000? And how do we keep from having this discussion every year from overvaluation? I'm just looking to set a baseline for a fair and equitable future assessment.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Chairman. So what you just said, I guess to repeat back, you said the 533 wouldn't be the sales value? Am I interpreting what you just said?
If the property went on the market today, it would sell for more than 533. I'm just using the facts from the Intermountain Listing Service of what the value increase or decrease should have been over the last several years, beginning in 2022.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
So if you said it would sell for more than the 533, and the 533 is what you used as the realtors, or extrapolated from the realtors, then what would be the value? What's your recommended?
Two sales that happened in 2026, which the assessor's office disregards, it would sell for $650,000, because that's what the two properties sold for this year.
But yeah, again, we have to take January 1st of this year as the value. But
Right, so if you took, the property value that was stated by the deputy assessor, 1.6% was the increase. So if you took that 650 and took the 1.6% off, is that a fair market value? Possibly. I'm just trying to display the discrepancy in what the assessor's office is coming up with from actual fact of the 771. So the $640,800 adjustment, that's probably fairly equitable. But do you understand my point of how did we start at 771? And if I had totally ignored this, look at the overvaluation I would have been paying taxes on. And, I don't want to have this discussion every year with the assessor's office. I'm just looking for a fair and equitable assessment year to year.
thank you.
Okay. I have a question for our staff. In your adjustment to 640,800, how did you break that apart in terms of the valuations, the improvement in the lots?
Yes, so $266,400 for the land and $374,400 for the improvement is how we broke that up.
307,
Yeah, $374,400 for the improvement and $266,400 for the land.
okay, give me that improvement number again, 377?
$374,400.
400. And that comes up to a total assessed valuation of 640,800, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, what's the wishes of the board? I think it'd be fair to accept the assessor's recommendation of $640,800. That lowers his valuation quite substantially from the previous value. Is there any questions? Go ahead.
Ready to make a motion?
You need to make a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Commissioners, sitting as the Board of Equalization, modify the valuation on parcel number R8377000025 to $640,800, which is $374,400 on the improvement and $266,400 on the land value, and authorize the chair to sign the documents on behalf of the board.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I had this sheet. You didn't have it? Okay, I got them all here. You need to get them? Okay. Give me just a moment here and we'll. All right, next we will have Angelo Sinisi. Yep. Okay, Angelo, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present my appeal. I appreciate the work that the Assessor's Office conducts. My appeal is not based on a disagreement with the assessment process itself, but on whether the market evidence presented accurately represents the fair market value of my property as of January 1st, 2026. I believe the available market data indicates a lower value than the current assessment. My property was built in 2015. It's 1,804 square feet, it has 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, original roof, and original finishings. There's been no major interior or exterior renovations. Something to note with this property, it's located adjacent to State Highway 44, which is a continuing roadway construction and associated impacts. Just directly behind me, I have a Dairy Queen drive-through that illuminates my living room. I have a construction company that occupies the dirt lot behind me with an outdoor bathroom and commercial trash. And just lastly, I have no sound barrier for State Highway 44. I'm noting these because I believe that they do impact the marketability of my property. My primary concern is not that the assessor's comparable sales are invalid. They are legitimate sales. My concern is that the valuation relies primarily on properties that represent the upper end of the available market. The assessor selected newer homes in newer developments that sold for approximately $570,000 to $630,000, and then applied substantial upward adjustments, resulting in indicated values ranging from approximately $663,500 to over $703,000. These upward adjustments significantly exceed the actual sales prices for these properties. The adjustment process may be appropriate in some circumstances, but it also increases the uncertainty of the final value, particularly when the selected home differs from the subject in age, subdivision, and other characteristics. I submitted a comparative market analysis containing 17 recent sales in the STAR market. The broader market includes properties selling for approximately $410,000 to $630,000. Several of those homes are similar in size and age to my property and sold well below the values produced by the assessor's adjustments. Some examples, I used them in my comparatives with 11789 Sourhawk Drive. It's a newer home, sold for $555,000. My comp B was 11510 Gladiola Street. It's a newer home. That sold for $630,000. It's a new development. It's a 2021 home. I believe it's within range. My other comps, 9753 West Wild Branch Drive, it sold for $515,000. 11538 Campanella Drive, newer home, also sold for $565,000. There's a few others that I could add, I can reference. I'm going to go ahead and just skip that, it's just a matter of time. These sales demonstrate that the market includes a broader range of values than the assessor selected sales suggestion. I believe evaluation should be based on the full range of relevant market evidence, not primarily the highest price comparable sales available. The most persuasive comparable sales are generally those requiring fewest adjustments. Several of these sales I submitted are closer in age or size to the property and therefore may provide a more representative indication of market value. For this reason, I respectfully request the board consider the broader market evidence submitted with my appeal and determine whether the current assessed value accurately reflects market value as of January 1st, 2026. The assessor's analysis relied primarily on high-price sales for newer developments and gives less consideration to other recent comparable sales that indicate a broader range of market values. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would be happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jake Wilson, residential appraiser with the Ada County Assessor's Office. The subject property is located in the Pinewood Lakes subdivision in Star, Idaho, just south of State Street near Canada Road. It is a single-level home totaling 1,804 square feet, above average construction, which is typical for the entire subdivision. The subject's neighborhood was trended for the 2026 assessment year and has an assessed value of $650,100. Typical market value adjustments in the subdivision were an average of -7%. The subject on one of the smallest homes in the subdivision was overtrended for 2025, so was offered an adjustment for 2025. The result of the adjustment shows an increase to value for 2026, while the rest of the subject that was not adjusted for last year shows a decrease in value based on sales in the area. Page 2 are the results of our mass appraisal defense in the subject area. Page 3, you will see comparable sales that support assessed value, all 3 of which were provided by the appellant. Comparable sales used are considered to be the most similar to the subject in size, lot size, design, age, and appeal. These sales were adjusted for size, lot size, age, and bathroom count. The comparable sales provided an adjusted sale range of $620,500 to $703,800 with a median of $663,500 and supports our 2026 assessed value. The appellant provided a comparable market analysis of 17 sales. 11 were considered to be lower quality construction with typical lower sales range, and 2 sales are for 2026. Occurring after the lien date. We used 3 of the 4 remaining sales as comparables. They all support our 2026 assessed value after equalizing to the subject. I would also like to point out that the competitive market analysis presents raw, uncalibrated data that fails to reflect the unique actual value of specific property. It merely lists historical sale prices without adjusting them to the subject in question. Pages 4, 5, 6, and 7 are maps showing the subject's property location in relation to the comparables, a land equity map, an aerial depiction of the subject, and an aerial view showing the Dairy Queen and State Street. In summary, the sales comparison approach provides a market range of $620,500 to $703,800. Comp 1 provides the best indication of value at $663,500, as is the most similar in size, lot size, age, appeal. Based on market data, the subject's 2026 assessment of $650,100 appears to be well within the acceptable range of market value. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Would you like to do a brief rebuttal?
Yes, sir. I just have 2 things to dispute. As far as the ranking of this property being above average construction, I did express to the assessor. I offered photographs. The build quality on this home is subpar at best. I mean, most of the interior tile, all the carpeting, everything is not even average. It is down at the below end of that. I did offer photos. He wouldn't even respond to whether he would accept my photos or not. He just completely sidestepped that issue and ignored it. As far as the subdivision, I see no, I asked him about that as well. I see no evidence that, to regress, on last year, I was trended 100,000 above value when the entire subdivision was not. So we had a conversation with the assessor, and they indicated that, it was an error, and we corrected that error. We came up with that value, they accepted, I accepted, we were good. Fast forward onto this year. To reference that the community was overvalued, there's no evidence of that at all. I've checked everyone's assessed rolls in tax records. There is no indication of that. In fact, everyone is trending downward now, when my property is the only one that's increasing in assessment value. That's all I have.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead.
You said on the back of your house, there's a fast food restaurant or commercial?
Yes, sir.
So what do you border?
Would I border?
What street are you on and what's?
I'm just south of State Highway 44. There's a Dairy Queen, and then there's a dirt lot, a complete open dirt lot, and then my property. I have a clear, unobstructed view of this Dairy Queen driveway that, works till 10 p.m., and they illuminate my living room along with my neighbors. But it is very difficult, according to realtors, that's going to be a factor in selling the property. One additional thing with that empty dirt lot is being used for temporary construction. It seems like there's Connex boxes back there. In between, they have bathrooms and commercial trash cans inside. A trash truck comes every day to collect that trash at 6 in the morning. Those are factors that are definitely going to affect my ability to try to even sell this house if I decided to do so. So that's kind of why I present them forward today.
So, question for the assessor's office: did you factor in the fact that he borders a commercial property, and it would be less desirable to have those commercial businesses right behind your house?
So that kind of bears out in sales of the subdivision, and we see that he's pretty equitable there. In looking ahead, his next door neighbor sold this year for $763,000, like a month ago. So, it's not really affecting the sales as far as being over our assessed values.
Next door, which still also borders the commercial?
Correct, like directly next door, yes.
Okay,
May I?
Sure, go ahead.
on that? I'll just make it real quick and brief. That's a larger home, 2,400 plus square feet. They did actually have to drop their price 40,000 in order to make that sale. And it was a stressed sale. So I believe that's a contributing factor.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Is there any other questions from the board? Okay, I'll accept the motion.
I move that the Board of Commissioners, sitting as the Board of Equalization, uphold the assessor's evaluation on parcel number, what's the number here? R 7084470220. And authorize the chair to sign the documents on behalf of the board.
Second to the motion.
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, James Wyman. Thank you. Thank you.
Give me two of the last one. Do you need this one back?
Not necessarily, but I can take it off your hands. just keep this a little lighter. We've been here for an hour and a half. I bought this property because it's behind my brother-in-law, so I'm kind of forced into it. This is a 50-year-old subdivision. There's no way that that's gonna, 50-year-old subdivision by Chinden and 5 Mile is gonna bring out $932,000 sale. Can you move forward on this a little bit to the plots? Please.
Make sure you go to the microphone so our audio can pick it up, but they can
Okay.
move the pages.
Can you move forward to the plot map? Do you have, whoa, right there? I'm right behind Morning Star Nursing Home. Every morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, bam, bam, I sent pictures of this. They're there dumping those huge dumpsters right across the street in front of me. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, they turn on their diesel generators that resonate down my house. This house is not gonna sell for $932. I don't think anybody looks at that, but that's one of the problems with that lot. And there's been I've done no additional improvements or anything. And actually, I've built that house for like $438,000, and now to tell me that it's worth $932, I'd be like Jim Cramer on TV and go, if I could do that. I can't. So I'm just asking, in 2026, this 22% increase just seems a little bit punitive at the time. And I would like to hear from them how they came to 932, because that whole area is nowhere close to 932. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jake Wilson, residential appraiser with the Ada County Assessor's Office. Subject's property is located in Whispering Cliffs Subdivision 2, south of Chinden, east of 5 Mile and Boise. The subject was built in 2019, while most of the houses in the subject were built in 1970s. It is an above-average 2,670 square foot single-story home with larger than average RV garage at 1,925 square feet. It sits on a larger than average lot at 0.61 acres and has an 832 square foot shop with electricity. The subject's property was trended for the 2026 reappraisal year and has an assessed value of $932,100. Market value adjustments in the subdivision ranged from 16.30% to 21.14%. With an average of 19.13%, the subject increased 21.10%. The subject is the newest home in the subdivision. The comparables presented are considered the best indications of value. These sales were adjusted for age, livable square footage, lot size, garage size, and shop size. The comparable properties' adjusted values range from $921,400 to $1,302,700. Comparables 1 and 2 demonstrate similar houses based on the lot size and square footage, but are much older than the subject's property. Comparable 3 demonstrates a similar aged house and square footage, however, it is on a smaller 0.34 acre lot. Comparable 4 demonstrates a house with a similar square footage and a garage, but it is 25 years older than the subject. The subject has a 1,925 square foot garage. Comparable 4 has a 1,384 square foot garage. None of the comparables have additional shops like the subject. Through several attempts were made for inspection, there was no response from the appellant. The subject's property is located across from the Morning Star Nursing Home. We are not aware of any comparable sales of houses in proximity to nursing homes to demonstrate a decrease in value. Page 2 is the results of our mass appraisal defense for the subject. Page 3 and 4 has the comparable sales. Page 5 through 7 are maps showing the subject's property location in relation to the comparables, a land equity map, and an aerial depiction of the subject. The sales comparison approach provides market data value range of $921,400 to $1,302,700. Comparable 2 provides the best indication of value at $1,153,200, as it is the most similar in livable square footage, lot size, and garage square footage. Based on the market value, the subject's 2026 assessment of $932,100 appears to be well within the acceptable range of market value. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Any questions?
Mr. Chair, so you mentioned that you can't find anything comparable for living behind a senior citizen's home, but is there anything just, like we're talking about with the other house, living next to a commercial business, they got the, garbage trucks coming early in the morning making noise, just sort of general lack of desirability living next to commercial. Can you factor that in? And
So we tried to look for sales by nursing homes, and there's just none available in the county to show us a decrease or a difference, or show us anything for that matter.
But just general commercial, not specifically nursing home?
I don't think, I don't have that information at the time.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. So you indicated that the shop is part of the consideration for the valuation, correct?
Yes.
And did you have comparables to show the value of a similar shop in relation to the total value of properties?
No, I believe we did not find a comparable with that size of shop on the land.
Mr. Chairman? one
Yeah,
more.
go ahead.
And you indicated that you offered an inspection and it was not accepted?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that concludes our taking testimony. Is there any, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
for the appellant, did you have any other questions about the methodology?
There's no houses around that area worth $900,000. They're just not. And what was it about the inspection I was offered? I don't know what that is.
Did they contact you and say they'd be willing to come personally inspect the property?
No, I've been out of town last week, but I do not know of any offer to come by the house. I've been without internet, without phone for over a week, so I just rolled back into town and walked in here Monday, actually. I came a day early. So here I am again.
Okay. All right, well, is there a motion?
I'm going to move that the Board of Commissioners, sitting as the Board of Equalization, uphold the assessor's valuation on parcel number R93500100027 and authorize the chair to sign the document on behalf of the board.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. It seems as though you're thinking that there might be a change if it were inspected. And I think the assessor's office is willing to inspect it. And if you make some sort of an adjustment, we could consider that at the time. But until then, it seems as though we can't change the assessor's recommendation. So if you want to do some sort of inspection, I'd say go ahead and do it. Okay, so you've heard the motion. It is to accept the assessor's recommendations. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're past 11 o'clock. Anyway, we have Scott Carter. Scott here? Okay. Well, Scott's not here, so go ahead.
Subject's property is located at 7525 West Settlers Avenue and has a 2026 assessed value of $305,800. I have provided 3 comparable sales to support our assessed value. I am happy to answer any questions you may have about either the subject or the comparable properties.
Any questions? Okay, no questions. I would accept the motion.
Now, before we get that, just a question to the clerk. Did we hear from this individual that he's appearing, or what was the status?
Haven't received any correspondence or calls.
All right, thank you.
Any questions of the staff?
Just one question to the staff. So he didn't come forward to talk to you, to staff either, correct?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Commissioners sitting in the Board of Equalization uphold the assessor's evaluation of parcel number R11150000130 and authorize the chair to sign the documents on behalf of the board.
Before I second that, could I just ask why there was a significant decrease in 2024?
He talked with the appraiser in 2024, and they made some adjustments due to condition, and it needed multiple repairs after the purchase there. And so if you look in the back of your packet, you could see the subject's property when it was purchased in 2023 and a current picture. So that's why he got a lower assessment in 2020.
So he fixed it up substantially, and that increased the value.
Correct.
It's kind of a unique shaped lot, very long and narrow. All right, I'll second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Well, that concludes our morning cases. We'll be adjourned until 1 o'clock. Thank you. We're on the record. We're taking up again. This is the Board of Commissioners acting as the Board of Equalization. Today is the 30th day of June. The time is 1 o'clock. All three commissioners are present. First, we have a recording that we need to play. So go ahead.
The purpose of this hearing is for the Board of Equalization, BOE, to provide taxpayers with an opportunity to appeal the assessed value placed on their property for taxing purposes. For each hearing, the appellant will be given 3 minutes to make their presentation, after which the appraiser will give a factual presentation on how the assessed value was established. Each appellant will then have a chance to provide a final 2-minute rebuttal. The board will then make a decision. Anyone wishing to give testimony will have to be sworn in. All motions made during these hearings will be made by the Board of Commissioners convened as the Board of Equalization. Pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63501A, only the property owner taxpayer or their legal counsel may appear before the Board of Equalization. You may, however, call witnesses to testify on your behalf within your allotted time frame. We are aware that some appellants may not be able to appear at their scheduled hearing due to our statutory time frame to hear appeals. However, the board does review and consider all documents and information provided when making our decisions.
We'll take it.
As set forth in Idaho Code 63502, the burden of proof falls to the taxpayer seeking relief to establish that the determination of the assessor is erroneous, including any determination of the assessed value. Otherwise, this board shall uphold the assessed value. It is important to note that if there is a reduction in your taxable value, it does not reduce resources to the governing entities, but in fact shifts the tax burden to other taxpayers in the district. Any adjustment made on your assessment will be in place for the current tax year only. Please understand, after the current tax year, the adjustment will be removed and your property value could change drastically if market conditions warrant it. If you are not satisfied with the BOE's decision, you will have an opportunity to appeal the decision to the Board of Tax Appeals or the District Court.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone wishing to give testimony, please stand and our clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Okay, thank you. All right, I've been informed that we can take item 8 on the agenda and then first, and then we can do 9, 10, 12, 13, and 13 all at the same time. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll take up the first one, which is Lynn Moyle.
Yes, I'm Lynn Moyle.
Yes.
I'm here because we are protesting the assessment on our property. At the beginning of the year, it was agriculture. It has always been agriculture. It's a disc field, and at the beginning of the year, that's exactly what it was. But the current assessment that they put on it, they say it's a subdivision. There is no beginning of a subdivision. There are no plots. There's no driveways, there's nothing, it's just a field at this point. Later on there will be, but the assessment was made on speculation, on rumor, on third person, whatever. So that is the first field I want to talk about. The other spot, and that's on the map, is the back one. The front field is basically the same thing. January 1st, it was a cornfield. It was feed corn, and we were cutting it to feed the cattle. And it's gone now, and the field has been plowed and it's disked, and it's still a disc field. It is in fallow, and I'm sure you understand what it is, but I'll explain it again. After you've farmed the field for a few years, you let it go for a year unfarmed, and that's fallow, so that it can rest and it can rebuild itself. and it's fallow. Now, that isn't a new program. I was a young girl, I was raised in a farm on eastern Idaho, and as a young girl in the 40s, I remember my dad talking about fields of fallow. So it's something that farmers do to protect their crops and their dirt, soil. Now, we have had a lot of interest in that field, and one of them was Tommy Alquist. He wants to buy the place, and he came out and he looked over it. He made a proposition. He actually wrote a contract. We did not sign that contract, and it has now expired. He is still looking at it, so that could be future. But as it is now, it is still farm ground, and we can understand how that farm in the back could have increased like, what, over $1 million or two, just because of speculation and talk. It is not a subdivision at this time. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, now, and you were talking about the parcel S0409314900?
I am sorry, I don't know which numbers are which.
You want to come up and take a look at what we're looking at? Or they can show
All
you.
the assessor can show you.
I-
Because we were just doing one parcel and then we're gonna do a group of them.
So we're gonna look at just the front parcel where the mink farm was. So,
The front parcel is
Yeah.
this one in front of the house. So.
no, it's this one. I know the picture's a little hard to see, but I think this is the original house that's built right on State Street. that we're
Oh,
looking
the
at.
old house.
Correct.
The old red
Correct.
barn.
So the only thing that we're kind of contesting on this one or looking at is that the land value for that, the 2.25 acres, the home site went up. That's the one we're looking at right now.
Mike, which home site is that?
That's the old red house on the front that the state just took all the access to on the front when they're doing the road.
The old red house or the old red
It's the
barn?
old brick, they haven't got to the barn one yet, that's on the other one. This is just the red brick house. This is what you were talking about with the plowed field, this is that piece.
Okay, by
It's
the
that
plowed
house.
field. Okay. Then that's the one I'm talking about. I am sorry.
All right. that's
I don't know what I'm talking about then. It is still farm ground. It is still an agriculture.
Okay. All right.
We have not moved anything out of agriculture.
Okay, so that is your contention, is that this is agriculture property, and we'll find out what the assessor talks about in just a moment, but your main contention is this is agriculture, and it continues to be agriculture. Is
Yes,
that correct? Okay.
haven't sold it for anything else.
Okay, is there?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
so it says there's an improvement on it. Is that a house or what's the improvement?
I don't know that there is an improvement. I will have to ask my counsel again. Was there any improvement?
Would you like me to address you? I can help. Yes, there's an old house there that needs torn down, it's been vacant for a long time. Because of the construction of Highway 44 and 16, this parcel has some lot lines adjustments that are gonna change. When we met with the assessor and tried to come up with a better plan, they were pretty firm about this and wanted a copy of the contract. I think that's why Mom probably brought the contract up with Tommy. Doesn't exist today, there may be one tomorrow, who knows? So we're concerned as we look at this parcel and the rest that these parcels are being changed in value. This one, not so much as the others, based on speculation of what's going to happen to it. But the use has not changed. The use is the same as it was the following January. And when we get to the next one, I can sit and kind of go through that with you a little bit if you want on those.
So this is a vacant house?
This vacant house has been vacant for a long
Vacant
time.
forever.
They raised the value on it. Idaho Power won't even turn power to it. It needs torn down. There used to be more than 1 years ago. We gradually tore them all down, then put them back in the fields.
So are you saying the value of the house is close to zero since it's slated for demolition?
Yes,
Definitely.
they've raised the value, I think, to 4 something. If you and I were to go for a walk in that, it's been condemned. You can't live in it.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, anything else before we let the assessor give his recommendation?
I don't have any more to say.
Okay, all right. You stay there, 'cause you can sit down if you're, because you'll be able to chance to have a rebuttal if you want to. Okay, go ahead.
May I sit?
Yes, you can sit down if you want.
Yeah, she can definitely sit here too. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chet Robb, residential appraiser with the Ada County Assessor's Office. The subject property is located off State Street or Highway 44 and Highway 16 in the southeast section of the city of Star, and consists of a 1,685 square foot single-story home built in 1951 and is in less than average condition. The parcel has 2.25 acres of residential land, 52.33 acres of agricultural land, and 18 acres for a pond, for a total of 72.58 acres. The subject page shows the breakdown of improvement, residential land, agricultural, and other values since 2023 for your reference. Page 2 is the result of our mass appraisal defense for the subject area land values. On page 3, you will see 3 comparables that support the assessed value. All comparables used bracket the improvement and residential land only and do not include the 70.33 acres for agricultural or other use. So the comparison is as if the acreage did not exist. These sales were adjusted for market appreciation, square footage, condition, land, and location, but still come in higher than the subject's total assessed value. The comparable sales have an adjusted sales price range of $583,000 to $611,700, which are above the subject's assessed value for 2026. Page 4 through 7 are maps showing the subject property location in relation to the comparables, a land equity map, and aerial depictions of the subject, including a close-up of the residential portion of the property. Based on the market data provided, the total assessed value of $562,500 appears to be well within the acceptable range of market value of like comparables, and the residential improved value of $457,500 is well below the comparables. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, you're valuing the house and you're using those comparables to value the house?
Yes, Commissioner. So if you look at the grid on page 1, underneath the bar graph, you'll see that from 25 to 26, the only portion of that entire lot that went up in value or assessed value was the site, or the 2.25 acres for the home site. Everything else either stayed the same or went down compared to the 2025 assessed levels. So we're only doing comparables as if that was a 2.25 site, or that's the comparables we chose to bracket that property.
Now, if these houses are, occupied versus the appellant's house that's been unoccupied and dilapidated and scheduled for, demolition, wouldn't that substantially change the value?
Correct. We basically have that improvement valued as low as we can go at this point. We did acknowledge that in our comparables. We deducted $50,000 for each comparable, and that still came up with the range that we are showing on our documents here. So we do absolutely acknowledge that the house is basically, up for demolition, and there's minimal value in it.
So what do you have it valued at?
Specify the kind of your residential land, talk about that.
Okay. So the improvement for that, for the structure is $51,100. And the land value is $406,400 for the 2.25 acres.
All right, thank you.
How do you come up with with even 51,000, if it's a home it would cost some money to demolish it. How's that even a value?
There are, it could be utilized as stores. There are, as far as we know, foundation's still there, utilities being run. There are site improvements still to that site. So again, it's extremely minimal. I think we have over 70% depreciation on that structure. But yeah, we do acknowledge that it's very minimal.
Well, the utilities, I guess, they said that it's not even hooked up to electricity.
I'm sorry, we were not made aware of that.
Does that make a difference in your valuation?
It's a possibility.
Okay. You have any questions?
Yeah, that was my question as well. If the house is not hooked up to it's not really available for occupancy.
Sure.
If it doesn't have utilities or any mechanism for someone living there, if somebody wanted to it wouldn't get an occupancy permit.
At this point, we would definitely offer an inspection of the property to see that. Again, just to kind of reiterate, we did make an adjustment for the condition of the home against our comparables. So we took $50,000 off of each of our comparables to arrive at the range that we came up with, and that's kind of our way of acknowledging that the condition of the house. We do see that.
All right, any other questions? So I want to make sure I get this right. You've got 52 acres that you're valuing at agricultural. And that's the value for agriculture, 52
Correct.
acres. And then you have the lot, because I'm going to call it a lot if a home is not even habitable. It probably costs more than it's going to be demolished. It would cost more. It'd take money to demolish it and move it off there. And the 2.25 acres, that could be split up into several lots, could it not? And that's how you arrived at the 400,000 figure?
I think we acknowledge that the value in that home site is in the land. And that's why we chose the comparables that we did, because those comparables were the best available to us. And again, we feel that those were also on larger lots, and the land value is probably the most significant contribution to the value of those properties.
And that land value is strictly for the lots, because you've got 52 acres that you're valuing at agriculture.
Since the agricultural assessment went down from 25 to 2026, we're kind of looking at this in what actually appreciated from the 2025 assessment to the 2026 assessment. The only thing that went up was that 2.25 acre home site. So that's the 2.25 acre dedicated home site. But obviously there's the agricultural piece of that as well. Since that did not go up from last year's assessment, we were not looking at that.
And what's the 18,000? Is that for the lake that's there?
Correct. It's about an 18 acre lake, and it's assessed at $1,000 an acre.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what you're saying there then is if this whole acreage were to be farmed and someone wanted to build a house on it, that 2.5 acres would be the dedicated home site.
Correct.
And that's why it has the increased value.
Correct. Yeah, that home site's not currently used for agriculture.
For a home
purposes.
site. Yeah, well, yeah.
Just the home site. There's no agriculture activity on the dedicated home site. Right. We're not considering that development ground at this point.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Anything you'd like to add? All right. Well, here we are. What's the pleasure of the board? It sounds to me like that $51,000 is a stretch. It ought to be a negative something if it needs to be torn down. I think, but I don't know, it could just be me. So what does the board say?
Mr. Chairman, I agree. What we determine the value to be is questionable, but based on the description, it has no value. Basically, the home itself that's existing there, because it's that's why I said the occupancy. If somebody wanted to actually get an occupancy permit, they probably wouldn't get it. So it wouldn't be, it's worthless as far as a home is concerned. More of a liability, like the chairman said, than an asset.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
yes, go ahead.
I think what the assessor's office was saying is that there could be some value in maybe the foundation or something like that if someone were to build a new home on top of it, but it sounds like if the entire property is going to be redeveloped for new construction, then there would be no value in the foundation or whatever remnants exist of the home.
There would be a cost associated with removing the foundation. That's my view. Okay, well, do I have a motion?
Well, I would move to just amend this to remove the value of the house from 51,100 to 0, and I believe keep the rest, uphold the assessor's valuation on the rest.
We would change the valuation, it's now valued at $562,500. We would remove $51,100. Is that your recommendation?
That'd be my recommendation.
Is there a second to the motion?
I would second that motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. The motion is to remove the old house that hasn't been used for years and doesn't have electricity hooked up to it. That's the motion. All right, any other discussion? So that would put the final, could you give me those numbers? If you remove 51.1, it would be what?
That'd be 511,400.
511,400. So then the motion would be to assign the value at 511,400. Is that correct? Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
And I second that.
Second motion, all right. So you've heard all the discussion. Is there any more to add? Any more discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries, thank you. Okay, now we're gonna take these up in a block, I guess. The next 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 is gonna be taken up in a block. Because I guess that's a lot of properties that are the same.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
You can come back up. What are we doing for time on this one, Mr. Chair?
Well, we're taking up all these, we'll be pretty flexible on time because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 parcels here.
So you can take up to 15 minutes if you want.
6 parcels, actually.
18 minutes.
So go ahead.
Well, I basically said before, when I talked about this one, the property out there, I call it the backfield. It is, and has been, agriculture. There's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of ideas that maybe we're going to build a subdivision. We have not started that, we have not done anything toward that. It is just a field that is ready for planting, and we're going to have the best corn on there that you ever tasted, by the way. But that's what that field is. May I please call my son up?
Yeah, you can bring your attorney up.
Thank you. My farmer.
Yeah, your farmer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and members of the commission. The best page to look at on this is the first page on what the assessor just gave you. If you look at that page, it goes through each of those parcels, and it has the listings from the values from 2022 through 2026. Just look at those and you'll understand why we're standing here. If you look in 2022 and if you look in 2023, you'll see the values going up because that's when that parcel was turned into a gravel pit. The first 15 and 20, the last numbers. See how they went from 389 to 420, 431 on the first parcel, and then it drops to 18,000. That's because when the gravel pit got done, it went back to ag. It's the same with the next parcel, 10,005. It goes up to almost 200,000, then it drops back down to the agricultural value because that's what it did. It went back to ag. This year now, because they're speculating that we may turn it into a subdivision because there's services out there now, there's a road, all of a sudden we're trying to say it's worth a lot of money. That parcel, those two parcels together, we've applied to plat it, but it hasn't been approved. So it's still farm ground. You can go look at it. It's disc, it's ready to go. That's the first two parcels. Go to the third parcel. If you look at the third parcel, it runs on the south side of that lake. That's a narrow strip. It's about as wide as from you to I. That thing is not worth $355,000. What that is that's where the sewer and water line is. It's a sewer and water line easement. We can't do anything with the damn thing. And it runs from that cul-de-sac all the way up, and you can see where it ties into Highway 16 and goes under the road. If you go out there, you're gonna get a big increase in value and star from all those hundreds of apartments that goes through to service. That piece is basically waste ground. You can't do anything with it. Now let's talk about the next two. Go down to the bottom. If you look at that picture, you can see your EMS station right there. And while I'm standing here, I'm still gonna bitch about that cell tower that Tillman and Ullman said would never be there that's sitting there. But if you look at that and you go out to that thing, you're gonna see that that field has equipment parked in it. And it's had equipment parked in it for many years. And if you look at the assessment on it, you'll notice that it's been ag, and then all of a sudden, almost $1 million increase in value. Nothing has changed. We had this problem a few years ago in the legislature where we had assessors going out to farmers who had pivots. And the corners, they were parking their farm equipment. So the assessor decided the corner was commercial ground. We had to fix that through statute. That parcel qualifies for that. It has equipment all the way around it. You can look at it next time you're out at your EMS building there. The other parcels around it, before the construction that's going on out there with the Flying Y, were always Ag 2. In fact, we had cattle on it until recently, because if you go out there, the water to those parcels, the fences, everything has been torn down because they're building Highway 16 and 44 widening. The use has not changed. The use is the same as it was last year. That other parcel is not worth $440,000. If you look at those increases in those values, that is why we are standing here today. That's garbage. Use hasn't changed. When we talk to them, everybody wants to talk about some, speculative value. I get that, but the use hasn't changed, and the code's very clear. What the use is January 1, and the use hasn't changed for the last 3 years. And you can see what happened when the gravel pit finished, how the values went down on those other two. Nothing has changed on the other ones, and it won't until we know what's down on those roads and what we can and can't do. With that, I understand that you guys have a lot to do and we'll be quiet, but if you'll just do me a favor and look at that first page, that's not even cool, I guess is the best way to put it. Anyways, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to clarify, to make sure I understand what you said. So on January 1st, 2026, how was this land used?
Same as was then. We had cattle on it a couple of years ago until the Flying Y and the fences came out on that bottom piece. The top pieces haven't changed. They've been the same forever, and the one with the equipment hasn't changed. So they're the same. Nothing's changed, other than there's this speculation that it's worth a whole bunch of money because it could or could not be developed. But it hasn't been developed. When it gets developed, you'll get the increase. But it hasn't changed. The use is the same today as it was last January and the January before and the January before. You can see from the assessments on the other parcels, as the gravel pit ended, how it went back to ag on those top two. The bottom two, the bottom three, and the third one that I talked about, that's just a right-of-way. I mean, why are we paying for a right-of-way we can't do anything with? And then the bottom two haven't changed. It's got equipment parked in it, and when the fences go back up, we'll put cattle in it once in a while again like we used to. In fact, the corrals are still there by the old red barn. You're gonna see pictures they're gonna give you that show trees and all kinds of garbage in that front lot. And that's true, that's what's happened. When they built Highway 16 and 44 the first time, they took all the drains out. It's dry pasture. And so when they took the drains out, if we were to flood that field, there's nowhere for it to go. You can't farm it anymore, so it's just dry pasture. The FSA report, I believe, actually has that on there too, if you want to look at that, Tom. I didn't bring it with me. But it's been that way for years. The problem being this year, now that they're building the Flying Y and all those fences are out, there's not going to be cattle in there till they get done. And some of it can't be irrigated till they finish the ditches. In fact, it's been interesting dealing with the state. They've taken out ditches that have been there forever because an engineer missed them. So having said all that, the use is still the same and will be when the fences go back up. And the equipment will still sit there today, and it'll be there tomorrow, and it'll be there next year when we come here on that parcel. And the other two parcels to the north, we'll farm the middle of them if that's what you want us to do, until they're turned into houses. And when that happens, you'll get your money.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So the strip right-of-way, what is its effective use? I mean, how can that be used other than the right-of-way?
It can't. It's got a road down the middle of it. If you watch the construction on Highway 16, they use it as ingress egress. In fact, they go in and out it all the time. It's got a sewer and water line down it. It's very narrow between Graylock. To the left of it, it's got a cement ditch that brings the water around the lake for the farm ground back toward the west through Palmer and to the west. It's just a strip of ground. I mean, I don't know what you could put on it. It's not wide enough.
Thank you.
Have an easement to use it?
What?
Do they have an easement to use it?
The sewer and water district has an easement to use it. The state's just been using it because it's there while they're building the road. But they don't have an easement to it. But the sewer and water district does. The sewer and water line runs down the bottom of it. It used to tie in before they did all the construction. If you look at the map that you have in front of you, you can see the lake at the top. You can see that parcel, that strip parcel where Graylock is. That was all pastures. And so we rented that from the state, and we had cattle all the way around through all of it. Now that they're building Highway 16, that's compressed it to that last corner down here that they're trying to assess at, what, $1.5 million? Almost, $1.3 million, $1.4 million. Use hasn't changed.
How does the statute define when a property is going from agriculture to another use?
You have to change the use, and the use hasn't changed. That's my biggest complaint with this whole thing while we're standing here. The use hasn't changed. If the use had changed and we had built a house out there, yeah, the value goes up. But there's no house out there. The fences are gone right now because of what the state's doing. They'll put them back, and then we'll put the cows back in there, we'll sell it. But again, it's the use, and the use has not changed. We can speculate on what it's worth, and it may be worth that. Heck, maybe it's worth more, but that doesn't matter. The way the law is, what it was on use on January 1. Now, you're going to hear a lot of stuff, and I'm glad that Mom brought up the fallow issue. Commissioner Daley, you're well aware of this. The Department of Ag is encouraging people to fallow ground, especially in Idaho right now because we're out of water and other things. So there's a lot of fallow ground in this state, and that's done on purpose. That's why we talked a minute ago about the corners on the pivots. They cut them out because they don't have enough water. Eastern Idaho's in trouble. So having said that, that's a common practice within farming is to leave it fallow for sometimes multiple years. But when the fences go back, trust me, I'll put the cows there because I need the pasture. I don't like feeding them hay. It costs more money.
Well, I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're not using the water, how long can you go before you lose the water right?
In that area, it's a water district, so it's tied to the ground. It's different than other places. So we use it, but we use it in another place where the ditches are. Until the ditches and everything are put back, we can't use it. There's nowhere to get it there. The other problem, though, with that parcel that I don't know how to address is the fact that when they built Highway 44 and raised the drain, that front parcel, I don't know how to drain it. There's no way to farm it, so it's just dry pasture. We spring cattle on. That's also the piece that's got the barn, and the corrals are in the back of that when we move cattle, because it's got the loading chutes.
Okay, any other questions? Any other
Chair.
questions? Go ahead.
Question for the assessor's office.
The assessor will give their presentation.
Okay, I just want to ask about these designations where instead of saying ag, it says waste. Some say waste and some say ag. Just curious about the difference between those two.
I can answer that for you. The ag is different than the waste. The waste ground that they're talking about, I believe, is the pond. That's the waste. That was the waste on the other one too. Under the statute, it's supposed to be zero because once you take the development and take the gravel out, you can't do anything with it. You can't go build a house in the bottom of it. So they've been leaving it at about 1,000 on that wasteland, and we haven't complained about that at all. But the ag ground, I think the value on ag ground is based on a 5-year rolling average. And I think this year, I don't know what it is, it's like 1660, all right, at 1,700. And that varies based on commodities, and it comes out of, I believe, Spokane.
So you're saying you were overassessed on the waste ground in 2024 and 2025?
Yeah, but we didn't care as much about that because we felt like it was okay, right? Because we were still farming the piece in the front. It was okay. The problem you have, if you look at those values where you can see the gravel pit, you can see how our assessment went up, then it went down because of the gravel pit. And it went back to ag, which is what it was in January, which is what it is today. And then to go from 18,000 value to 2.75 for something that hasn't changed one iota based on a press release that somebody may develop it, come on, that's not cool. You get the increase when the buildings get built. The buildings aren't built, it still qualifies, its use is still ag, and it should stay that way.
So there was a press release?
Yeah, that got brought up when we talked to him about the Tommy Alquist thing, because the Tommy Alquist is trying to buy a different parcel that was mentioned earlier. But that's on the other side, it's not even that one.
Are you saying the value would change when the first building is built or when the contract is signed?
The way the laws are written, it's based on use. The use right now hasn't changed, it's still ag. When it goes to houses, when it gets platted and the plat's approved, and we've asked to approve the plat there, it's been in limbo land forever. When that gets changed, it's still ag, it stays in ag until you build a house. When the construction happens, then the values go up and you all pick it up in increased values.
It doesn't increase in value when there's a plat recorded?
Not if the use, it's back to use, back to the statute. The statute says of January 1. You could say that it does if you were a developer buying it, but if the use is still ag, the use is what you get a taxing on. That's the value to the assessor. Once the lots are sold, yeah, then you'll go after it.
Okay, any other questions?
Remember, it's speculation. These values are based on speculation, which is illegal. These values are based on something that hasn't happened yet. These values are based on stuff that's created by the impacts by the state. These values are just not, it's not right.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chet Robb, residential appraiser with the Ada County Assessor's Office. The subject properties are in the southeast section of the city of Star, north of State Street, Highway 44, and east of Highway 16. The 3 parcels to the north consist of improved development ground, while the 2 parcels to the south, bordering State Street, consist of raw development ground. The 3 developed parcels total 28.2 acres, which includes some waste. The 2 raw development parcels total 7.157 acres. All parcels were part of 2023 reappraisal. A subject parcel map and market value history with corresponding value changes and use changes can be found on page 1. The 3 northern parcels were previously part of a gravel pit, which per 2024 communication with Janet Moyle stopped operating in 2023. Post-operation, the 3 parcels were assessed as waste given their depleted condition. We were not made aware of at the time with our communication with Janet Moyle in 2024 was that the parcels were already undergoing significant change. Pages 2 through 5 show the evolution of development on the 3 north parcels through satellite imagery and street level imagery. Pages 6 through 10 shows the evolution of the 2 parcels that front State Street through satellite imagery and street level imagery. These images also show that no ag activity is occurring on any of the 5 parcels under appeal. We have developed 2 different approaches to value these parcels. In the first approach, we utilized the valuation of raw development land for the 3 northern parcels, then add our estimation of development cost to arrive at a market value conclusion for the 3 improved lots. Our estimates of development cost are considered very conservative, with little cost associated with the development of the pond. We then add our estimation of value for the raw land fronting State Street. This valuation resulted in a total market value of $6,516,200. The support for this technique can be found on pages 11 through 18. The second valuation technique we used is the sales comparison approach. Through the selection of suitable residential lot sales, we estimated the proposed residential lots could sell for $550,000 each. We are discounting each lot $75,000 or 14% for pre- and post-plat holding cost with a net value of $475,000 per lot. Given there are 9 lots, this would total $4,275,000, plus the value of the raw lots on State Street gives a total value of $5.5 million. Support for this technique can be found on pages 20 through 22. Our approaches suggest a market value range of $5.5 million to approximately $6.5 million, with our assessment at $5,584,000. We are considered to be on the very low end of the range. Based on what we now know, the assessment for these lots should have started increasing because of their development in 2024. Because we were not made aware of the real property improvements being made to these lots, the values were significantly understated, which resulted in a tax shift to other owners in the area. This condition was corrected for the 2026 assessment since we received the preliminary plat map for the proposed Mink Creek subdivision in December of 2025, which triggered a review of all of these parcels. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, to speak to Mr. Speaker's testimony today, I think it's important to review statute in these situations, and certainly if we look to 63205, the assessment, market value for assessment purposes, it's really the duty of the assessor to capture the market value of all parcels within the jurisdiction as of January 1, as you know. But certainly we want to be responsive and to any changes that occur because as statute specifically states, all real, personal, and operating properties subject to property taxation must be assessed annually at market value for assessment purposes as of 12:01 a.m. for the first day of January in the year in which such property taxes are levied. So each year within the property tax system in Idaho stands on its own. If changes are made, we must be responsive to those changes each and every year. That's why there is no percentage increase that is limited on assessing property. We need to look to the market conditions. We are but reporters sharing the changes and what the market tells us the value of these parcels really should be. So in the testimony of Mr. Speaker, suggesting that there was no ag at the end of 2025, the fences are down, they are not irrigating, there are no cattle there. There is not agricultural use. And as you can see by the photos that we've provided, we have curb and gutter, we have sidewalks, we have street lamps, there is a paved road, there's improvements to those parcels. Those improvements have material value, and we need to be responsive to those actual changes to those values. We need to capture all the value associated with those lots as of January 1, 2026. I'm happy to stand for questions.
What would you set the improvements, the value of the improvements that you're suggesting?
I'll turn that back to Chet. We do have a conservative estimation of what those development costs incurred on those parcels currently that began in 2024, what we believe those to be. We've asked the appellant several times if we could get a listing of those development costs. We were not provided that information. Additionally, we've also discussed with the appellant to apply for the site improvement exemption. They've missed their timely filing as of 2026, but certainly looking forward, the plat does not have to be recorded to be eligible for that exemption. And so we look forward to receiving their application in 2027 if they have not sold the lots off at that point in time.
Well, how can they sell the lots off? There hasn't been any plats even recorded, has there?
It's not been recorded as we know of as of yet.
Has it even been applied for?
We do have a preliminary plat for the Mink Creek subdivision that we received in December. The original submission of that subdivision was back in 2019 through the city of Star, which we've just recently discovered. Unfortunately, at that time, they did not share that information with us. When we received the preliminary plat in December of 2025, that triggered a review of those parcels that we're talking about. And if I could just add that as an appraiser, if I'm out in the field and if I come across a parcel that has improvements to it, we are going to change the value of that property. Those are real property improvements. Those add significant value to that land. So whether or not I received a preliminary plat on this subdivision, regardless, if we see those improvements, we will make a change to the valuation.
So it's true that there were no changes from from 25 to 26. We weren't aware of those changes. So in the assessment, the assessment of 2025 does not reflect the changes that materially were made to those parcels. In 2026, we're making corrective action to the assessment roll.
Commissioner, back to your question about the estimated development cost, that can be found on page 11 with the supporting documentation on page 12. We utilized mostly Marshall and Swift estimations to come up with these figures. We simply applied a site grading cost to the 17-acre pond, which, depending on the depth of the pond and how much dirt was excavated, it could be significantly more, but we just don't have that information, so we took a very conservative approach to that valuation. Everything else in there is estimated as far as utilities, the street, sidewalks, and that's how we came up with our estimated development costs.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Go ahead.
So these hard costs that you have here, those are, because there's sewer main lines, et cetera, those are all improvements that have been done on the properties? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Commissioner, if you could look, per our pictures and physical inspection of the properties, we can see stakes for sewer lines, we can see stakes for water lines. There's electrical boxes present. We also observe fire hydrants, street lamps, sidewalk, the paved road, curbs and gutters. And of course, the pond is finished as you see it on the pictures.
On page 12, you could also find a detailed build-up.
That's what I'm referring to. So those there are estimated costs of improvements or actual improvements that have occurred that you're evaluating?
Those are estimates of the actual improvements that we've observed.
That's what I mean. You've actually seen.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Who's putting in the improvements? Is it the homeowner or is it the government? I mean, did ACHD put this in or did the homeowner pay to put it in?
Not the homeowner, nobody lives there.
Well, the landowner.
We're assuming the landowner, Commissioner, yes.
Okay.
Now, are you all saying that to be considered agriculture for the exemption, you have to actively be involved in agriculture?
That's correct.
That's correct,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, if the area that was, has not been developed yet, that you can kind of see on the left side of the picture, and we've had developers throw down winter wheat, and we would give them the ag exemption for that portion of the development. As far as the pond goes, obviously, there's no opportunity there to ag that portion of it. So we do have developers that that regularly do that. They put down winter wheat, and they do qualify for the ag valuation. Sorry.
However, for 2026, as of January 1, there was no agricultural use. And according to statute again, 63208, it is the actual and functional use as of the lien date that we are required to value properties.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And you indicated that this started in 2024, but it wasn't accounted for in 2025, but you've just, in essence, catching up for 2026? Did I hear what you said correctly?
Since we were made aware of it, at the time we were made aware of it, it triggered a review of that, these parcels through our review process of development ground. So yes, we would do physical inspection. We would look at overhead views as well, satellite imagery to determine what the current, what the use was as of January 1st.
We reached out to the City of Star, and the City of Star provided the preliminary plat that was began in 2019, along with the appropriate meetings that were held in public meetings at that time. Moving forward, you could see in your packet, looking at the pictures, the overall overhead pictures, the aerial photography, demonstrating the changes to the parcel over those years. So starting in 2022, you could see the depletion of that gravel pit, and then moving forward into additional road construction and site improvements throughout the entire parcel, except for that which is now filled in as a pond. So those pictures from 22 to 26, I think, are quite evident as to the changes, the material changes to the parcel.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So your evaluation is based on that even in 2025, this was not in agricultural production?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So but it just wasn't evaluated that way in 2025?
We were not valuing the parcel as it currently, as it was at that time developed. So those pictures kind of really demonstrate that evolution of development over time. So we had that in waste. We were specifically told by the appellant that the gravel pit was depleted. So therefore, during the time that the gravel pit was under production, and actually there was material to be sold off from the gravel pit, it had a higher valuation. Once they stopped removing material from the gravel pit, then it was in waste. And that significantly lowered the valuation of that parcel. They weren't utilizing that parcel for anything at that point in time, just as, it was just a big hole in the ground. Moving forward, they were actually developing it into what we can see in the aerial photography today. And so you could see in the packet that we've provided, specifically in 24 and 25, you could see those changes to the road that was placed in there, and the offsite improvements such as the curb and gutter, fire hydrants, street lamps, sidewalks.
All right, any other questions?
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying that once the sidewalk goes in, then it can be treated as the developed residential? Is that the triggering factor?
The development land can be valued at different stages. So, for example, if we go out and see where they've graded a parcel, we could tell it's going to be developed at some point. We could see roads that are carved in. We could see utilities going in, but maybe there's not a road in. We would then value it at a lower level because those real property improvements they're not all in place at that time. So in this case, where all of the real property improvements are in, we are valuing it at a higher level just for that reason. The two lots that face State Street, those are being considered raw development land because we've seen no agricultural activity on those for a number of years. And so those are being valued at a much lower level for that reason.
And effectively, we're certainly not valuing these parcels as though they were being listed by an agent and actually marketable at this time. We're looking at this as raw land adding to it the estimated development costs that would be associated with those site improvements that are currently on the parcel. So again, we're discounting it from what retail lots would actually be valued at. And what page is that on? So we can show that to the commissioners again. But again, it's raw development ground. It's not being utilized currently as residential. It's certainly not agricultural any longer because there's no use of agricultural purposes. It's raw development ground plus the site improvements that are currently in place.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair. So you're saying that when, or putting the improvements to you, that constitutes a new use?
Yes, sir.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, that was my question as well, is the evolutionary process of development from ag land to fully developed. So what you're saying is you go through an evolutionary evaluation appraisal process in that development stage. In other words, if it takes 3 years to get from full agriculture production to full development, there is an evolutionary process in the evaluation, and it escalates.
Commissioner, I would say that's exactly right. Certainly, statute's clear that if there is no current agricultural use, we cannot value it as agricultural land, whether row crop or grazing. If there's no use, there's no agricultural valuation. Then once we move into the development phase, certainly we would ramp that up, as you say, through that evolution of development. As more site improvements come into play, we certainly want to be responsive in recognizing that that holding period, where there actually a material cost to the landowner to put those improvements in place, need to be recognized in our annual assessment.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So when you say from 2025 to 2026, it's gone from 2,300, just the third one, 2026 to from 2,300 to 355,000. That's the natural evolution from, that's where I'm getting to. If there is.
So, I'm sorry.
There is a natural evolution, and so that's why I was saying the dramatic nature of the change, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to from 1 year to the next.
Because we were not made aware of the changes that were taking place at that site, it should have been valued differently for 24 and 25. You're correct in saying that. So if you look at the pictures from, let's say, from 2024 to 2025, in 2024, the grading was done, and I'm not sure what else was done at the site. But yes, we would have valued it differently at that point in 2024.
So there's clearly no ag use on the parcel
Yes.
in 2024 based on the aerial photography. Once you move to the 2025 aerial photography, you can see the road is in place. All the other site improvements are taking place. But we had it assessed as waste ground.
Correct.
So in 2026, as of January 1, we are now valuing it for all the improvements in place on the parcel and looking at the current use of the parcel. This is the actual and functional use of the parcel currently. We should have put that valuation on the parcel in 2025, clearly based on that aerial photography. Those improvements were there. We did not capture that. We still had it in a waste classification based on a depleted gravel pit. Clearly, there's no agricultural use in a depleted gravel pit. So in 2026, we're valuing it as it is currently with those site improvements in place.
I think it's safe to say that those parcels were artificially low.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that tax burden was,
Shifted.
shifted to the other taxpayers.
Yeah.
And I guess I want to add, it's not, we're not, just because we didn't get the information from Star, that's, they were overwhelmed with permits, and now it's a much better process, so we get those notifications in a timely manner. If we would have received the information, you know, a number of years before that, that would have been a trigger at that point to pay close attention to what's going on, and like you said, there would be an evolution of valuation. Unfortunately, we just didn't have that information available to us. So it wasn't until we received the preliminary plat map, the proposed subdivision for Mink Creek, that we were able to then look into this further and find what you're seeing now.
Yeah. Okay, well, you got a chance to rebut if you want, to come up and give us your rebuttal. Are you gonna be, oh, go ahead, I'll let you talk first, and I'll ask you questions.
Yeah, Mom doesn't want to get into it. I get it. First off, let's talk about what we were just talking about a minute ago. And you can look at your site pictures because they actually help tell the story. You can see the process, but when you get to 24 and 25, if you look at those, you can see how we're leveling that ground back out to farm it. I think it's important to understand, they keep talking about the plat. When we dug the gravel pit, to get permission from the city to dig that gravel pit, we had a guarantee that we'd bring the sewer and water out there, which we did. That's why they have the access on the south side. That's a useless piece of ground that they've got valued at $355,000 because we had to give it to them to get permission to dig the gravel. Our intention was always to go back to farming, which we have done. You can leave it in fallow as long as you want. And if you look at those aerial pictures, you can see the story where we're getting it leveled back out where it can be farmed next year. Let's talk about the other pieces on the bottom really quick, since this little timer thing. They keep talking about access to State Street. I need to make it clear, there is no access to State Street for those parcels. The only one that has access to that, as you're well aware, is the EMS station. There's a special light that goes back in. They're the only ones that get access. If you look on page, what is it? I think it's 12. If you look on page 12, 10, go to 10. 10 tells you everything you need to know. The reason there's no cattle there last year or this year, there was the year before that, is solely because if you look at that big overpass they're building, they've taken out all the fences. I can't put cattle there. It's still ag. It can be fallow, as you're well aware, Commissioner Daley, for as long as I want it to be fallow, whether or not I go throw some weed on it like they want. The key to this is use. The use has not changed. They want to talk about improvements. The improvements have no value until somebody builds a house there. The improvements have no value because it is, as they said, a preliminary plat. Hasn't even been approved. It's ag. It needs to stay ag until somebody builds a house there. It'll go back to cattle once they put the fences back. That's not my fault. That's not my mom's fault. That's the state doing their thing. There is no use for number 3, number 1 and number 2. Those plots haven't changed. You can see how the ag's down the center. There is a road there, yes. But think about what they're saying. They're saying that if a developer runs a sewer line by the front of your cornfield, now it goes up in value because there's a sewer line or a road in there. That's hogwash. That's not how it works. The law is clear. Its use as of January 1. The use hasn't changed. There's not a house out there. There's not an approved plat out there. There's no way to build there's no way to build a house there tomorrow if you wanted to. Are the improvements there? Yeah, but that doesn't change that it's still agricultural use. It's the same with the parcels on the other end. Another thing that kind of ticks me off, because we talked about this a little earlier, is if you go to page 8, if you look at page 8, and if you look to the left of that, that's where the EMS building is. If you look around the edges of that whole lot, it's got mint planters, it's got drills, it's got all kinds of farm equipment. That's the current code. As long as I put farm equipment in there, it still meets the exemption for ag. Miss Ireland knows that. She was there when we had the problem, I believe it was Cassia County, where they went on those corners and started charging those farmers for commercial ground because they dried it up and parked a tractor on it. That's no different. It qualifies. If you look at the picture above it, in those trees is where the barn and where the cattle chutes are. But I can't do anything there like it was used 2 years ago until they put the fences back. I don't think it's fair to you as taxpayers to put a temporary fence in that you're going to tear down when that road's done. When the road's done, the fence will go back, the cows will go back. Use has not changed. We can leave it fallow for as long as we want. It meets the qualifications for ag. This is nothing more than everybody trying to jump on the bandwagon and speculate what something's worth when it hasn't changed one iota. it's still ag, it still qualifies.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So were all the improvements put in as a requirement of you having a gravel pit?
When we applied for the gravel pit, we had two choices. We could come to the county or we could come to the city. That farm is very rocky. Sometimes it's better to turn rocks into gravel pits. And so it was easier to go to the city. The city needed help bringing a sewer and water line there, which is that one parcel that's sewer and water. So we said, yeah, we'll dig the gravel. When we're done, we'll put the services back in, but we want to continue to farm it. The plat has not been approved. If you look at those values, can you imagine an increase of 1,523%? Are you kidding me? Nothing's changed. Its use as of January 1. The use hasn't changed. The cows aren't there today because the fence is gone, but the cows will be back. The equipment is still there on the one parcel. The other parcel is a right-of-way you can't do anything with. And the other two, you can look at your picture a minute ago and you can see how we're leveling out so it can be farmed again because we're bringing back in the soil. And part of that deals with the construction on 16. It's all tied together. When 16 gets done, it will all come together and we can get out of it. That's why I thought it was interesting they keep talking about access to State Street. There is no access to State Street. You, the county, with your EMS are the only ones that have access to State Street there. Otherwise, you have to go back up and around and back out.
So these improvements, because there's quite extensive, you've seen the list of improvements that have been done, right?
There's been improvements done in the road that goes on the edge of that farm. But
And
just
the-
because they're on the edge of the farm doesn't mean they're going to a house.
Any improvements like fire, storm drains, fire hydrants, those are all
There are
requirements?
improvements on the two northern parcels in the road that you see there. You can see the road
Yeah,
that the county owns, not me, not mom, not any of us. There are improvements on the side, on the other two parcels to the very south. But if you look, they took the access out. You can see that in the pictures. That was one of the requirements for Ada County Highway District because they don't know what we're going to do with it because we don't either. And because it was being farmed, they had to take the access out because they considered it still ag. But there is storm improvements on the front for those roads, and those roads were put in by the state when they moved the access on those storage units years ago when they started changing Highway 16.
so none of these improvements that are listed on this, on page 12, you didn't put any of those
We
improvements in?
put some of them in, but not all of them.
Which ones did you put in?
We helped with the water and the sewer parcel. We put in the lights and the sidewalks because that was a requirement from them on the gravel pit. So when we built the gravel pit, the
You
city of
had a sidewalk for a gravel pit?
Yeah, the city of Star, trust me, we went around and around, but the city of Star said, you can go back to farming it, but you got to put the improvements in so that someday you put a house there. So we did. We put the improvements, part of them they paid for with the sewer and water district, part of them were paid for by Graylock, part of them were paid for by the state. There were different providers in all of it. But again, you're getting lost in the improvements. The improvements mean nothing. The actual use is still ag until somebody builds something there. The improvements don't change that. That would be like going down to the cornfield on the corner of Eagle Road and saying, hey, this is worth, I guess it's a hayfield, saying this is worth $1 bazillion because there's a sewer and a water line in the road by it. It's not the case. The use hasn't changed. You're getting lost in improvements. The statute's clear, it's the use, and the use is still ag. The use has not changed, and the use as of January 1 at 11:59 or whatever the hell it was, is still the same, it's still ag. When that gets platted and those lots are sold, you'll get your money. If I turn it into a cornfield, you'll wait till we can change it. That's just how it works.
Well, and that brings up an interesting question that I've been kind of struggling with, because I know across the state, this is not the only piece of property that could potentially be developed, that's not being developed, that had a use of agriculture. At what point in time do you say, okay, this is not agriculture anymore?
You know, that's a good question. You know how many farms I farm between Eagle and Middleton and Nampa that have services on them, that developers paid a lot of money on them, but they get the ag exemption. And you know why they get the ag exemption? Because they qualify as ag. They haven't been turned into homes. When you put the home on it, the use changes. When you put the commercial building on it, the use changes. That's when the transaction happens, not because there's a stinking fire hydrant on the front of a cornfield
So
or
there's
a
no
wheat
tran-
field or a hay field on Eagle Road.
There's no some sort of transition or anything that's involved in the law?
The law changed a little bit under 389, which is one everybody hates to talk about, but that all takes place once there's a building built. There was this problem when the legislatures tried to deal with it for quite a while, and you saw it. I'll use the Mormon temple as an example. When the Mormon temple was being built, every year there was a value increase, right? And every year, the county commissioners that sat where you do at this time went in and raised the value of that property. And those church members paid property taxes on that till it became a church, till this body that sat before you said it's a church. And then it went to nothing, it shifted to everybody else. You see that with other commercial too. Just because you're building the improvements to it doesn't mean that the value should go up. The value should go up when the use changes. The use hasn't changed out there. It's still ag. When those fences go back up, there'll be cows in there part of the summer. The use isn't changing. When the house goes in there, yeah, that new construction roll will go up and you'll collect it then. But to go in there and go down that road, Commissioner Beck, Chairman Beck, you set yourself in a bad spot because again, there's a lot of farm ground out there that I would prefer to see farmed, and I think everybody in this room probably would prefer to see farmed. That if you go down the route you're going, that you say, well, there's a fire hydrant in the road, now you got to change use, you got to pay more taxes. That won't be good. You'll see the legislature have to get involved. Now, they talked about the site improvement. That was the developer discount bill. That was brought by Representative Raybold. That's been a mess for a long time. You can go in and ask for exemption there. I did not realize that we needed to apply to that because in my opinion, it was still ag ground. And in my opinion, it was ag ground. In my opinion, it will be ag ground next year when there's corn stalks standing out there. Having said that, if it makes them more comfortable that we apply and let them know we can do that. But it's still ag. Ag has not changed. There's still equipment parked on that parcel. That other parcel has no use. It's a right-of-way. The other parcel doesn't have access to 44, and it's still a pasture. Nothing has changed.
Okay.
You're asking for millions and millions and millions when you add up the amount they've asked on those parcels for something that hasn't changed and won't change for a year. You will force them to develop it if you.
Well, of course, and that was my question is obviously these type of things this isn't the only piece of property in the whole state of Idaho that has could be a different use than agriculture, correct?
It isn't, and there's an advantage. And that's why I told you about the bill we did earlier that deals with parcel number 1, 2, 3, 4. There's equipment parked there for a reason. I got to park it somewhere. And that's why we had to change the law. We had a county, I believe it was Cassia, Miss Ireland was involved, where they were going in and saying, you parked a tractor on the corner. You don't have water for the corner. When you have water in a good water year, you're going to farm it, but you parked a tractor there, it's now commercial. Do you really want that? You're going to start making farmers develop their ground, and I don't think that's the intention. That's why the legislature has said it is the use. It doesn't based on speculation. Oh, there's a wire hydrant, let's speculate it's worth more money. The use has not changed. Now, the cattle may not be there for a year or two because the state's building a roundabout. You can see that in the pictures. But back to what you know, Commissioner Daly, I can leave it in fallow as long as I want. That's a common practice. It's a common practice to leave farm ground in fallow and move the water, especially this year. You're seeing it all over. Go look around. You saw that in Kenyon County. The county assessor on some ground that next to what I farmed came in. They weren't farming it. They ran it up because there's a fire hydrant in a road, right? So now it's worth $1 bazillion. No, it's not. There's not a house there. The use has not changed. He doesn't have to plant corn every year to keep his ag exemption.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, would you agree that a farm with a sidewalk and a fire hydrant is worth more than one without?
No. In fact, I would make the case it's worth less because it's in the way. But again, that's there because we were required to do that by the city of Star to dig that gravel pit. Didn't say we had to put a house on it. They said, if you're going to dig the gravel pit, we want access for the sewer line, we want access for this water line, which you guys now value at $500,000. What a garbage thing that is. You can't build anything on it. And you got to put in the sewer and sidewalk. But they didn't say we had to quit farming it. So the use is the same. It's still farming.
So every improvement you had done was to comply with the city of Star to allow you to have the gravel pit.
When we made the deal with the city of Star, we said we would put the road and the services in. They needed access through us to get to Highway 16. Go down there and look at all those apartments. That's all tied to that $450,000 narrow right-of-way through the middle of that lake and Graylock. Garbage.
And so if we make a decision based on the legal definition of use, what, again, is your state code, or do you have any Supreme Court opinions, or what's your best definition of use under Idaho code?
Idaho code has always said use as of January 1. Miss Ireland brought that up. January 1, that was still farm ground. It's still farm ground today. There's not a house on it. Yeah, there's a sewer line and improvements in the road. But again, if you go down that road, you're going to start forcing farmers to turn their ground into houses, because there's a lot of farms in Indian Canyon County that have fire hydrants or sidewalks or improvements in the road in front of them. That doesn't change the use. The key is use, not speculation. Not speculation on a right-of-way that doesn't exist to State Street, not speculation on a fire hydrant out in the road, and not speculation on sidewalks. Think about when the state built Highway 16 the last time, and they took our access where your EMS building is, and we had to shift everything. You get access, not the rest of us. What did they do? They put sidewalks. There's sidewalks out there by that hayfield. You're going to go now, and there's fire hydrants because of that when they moved that road. Does that mean the hayfield that's on that other parcel you just talked about needs to go up in value because there's a fire hydrant there and there's a sidewalk there? I hope the hell not. Does it mean because there's sewer in the road that it goes up? Why would it? The change is still a hayfield. You're getting lost on the fact that there's a right-of-way in a road that has services that don't mean squat until the use changes on the farm ground. That's the problem. And I would encourage you, look at those other pictures. There's sewer and sidewalks and everything else on that hayfield out there. They're not questioning that one iota. The difference is they're trying to say because there wasn't cattle there the last 2 years that the ag exemption goes away. Not the case. It's fallow because the state is building a highway that we all dearly need fixed. And when it gets done, it will have fences. And then we'll either put the cattle back or do something different. And again, the other parcel has equipment in it. It meets the qualification today. Miss Ireland knows that. You're getting lost on the fact that those improvements were put in that didn't affect the farm ground. The farm ground is still farm ground until you build a house. Again, it is use.
Have you personally put in any improvements on the land in anticipation of a redevelopment?
Say that again?
Have you personally made any improvements to the land in preparation or in anticipation of a redevelopment?
Personally, I have, but the family has. We know it's coming. But again, it goes back to the commitment we made to the city of Star. You want to dig the gravel pit, you're going to bring the services out there. They didn't say we had to build the houses. That's why the plat's not approved. It's not approved. You couldn't sell them if you wanted to.
I'm not talking about improvements made to comply with the city of Star. I'm talking outside of that.
No, everything that was put in there was per the agreement we made with Star when we did the gravel pit. And then it changed a little bit later because of the Graylock thing, right? Everybody wanted that Graylock building. That's why you see 3 parcels there. Their parcels is finished. The other 2 aren't. That was all part of that too because the city of Star wanted to get that building in. And so did we. But those weren't paid. Those were paid by them, not us. Fun stuff, huh? It's real simple, my friends. Use. The use has not changed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
So even ag land increases in value. So even if you kept the values from 23, well, look at some of these, from 22 on item 3, from $3,000, and it went up to $2,300, or went down to $2,300 in 25. Doesn't
Understand why that happened? If you look on parcel 1, that parcel 15 at the top, you see how it goes in 22 to 389 and then to 421? That's because when you're digging the gravel, it's based on what you take out of the hole. And so the value goes up, right? When the gravel pit was done and started filling up with water, that's why it went back to ag, because that's what we did. We said we're going to put it back to ag. That's the same with the second parcel down. Ag right now, I think you're assessing at 1,660, 1,670. I don't know what it is, because it varies, as you're well aware of, based on the 5-year rolling average. But to take ground that used to be valued at $18,000 and now say it's worth $275 million with an M, are you kidding me? Nothing's changed.
Mr. Chairman? Yep. So Your anticipation is that it probably will, based on Star and et cetera, correct?
It could, if the plat's ever approved and the family decides to sell it. But in the meantime, I don't see my 91-year-old father, who likes to sit out at that lake and watch his property and his corn grow, sell it to somebody to be in the backyard. I think it would probably make him mad. So I would assume that he will leave it the way it is. And I am telling you, it's got those improvements because that was the deal to get the sewer and to get the gravel pit permit, and the sewer and water were part of our commitment when we did that. That's why that third parcel at 355,000, which is about this wide and has a sewer and water line on it, you can't build anything on it. That was part of the deal, that they wanted that sewer underneath Highway 16.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
And you can see that even ag production land goes up in value, or should go up in value. Again, depending on where it is, what its use is that.
I agree all the way, but 2.75 million? You can't sell it for that. It's not worth that. It's somebody's pipe dream.
That's very expensive wheat.
It really is, yeah. And a lot of guys lost their wheat crop the other night, and our prayers are with them, and we probably ought to talk about that later if we need to do a declaration, if they get some impact on it. But having said that, the use is the key. The use has not changed. Just because there's services, and I'll use the parcel next to it with the sidewalk and the fire in the sewer, it's there too. It's still zoned as ag, because it's ag. And just because the cows aren't there this year, that's not because of Mike Moyle. That's because the state is building a highway. And you can see that from your map on page 10, where that big roundabout is. Fences are out. When they get done, they'll put them back, and we'll put the cows back. I think it's on page 10. I love that picture because it tells you a story. Yeah, page 10 at the bottom of 10. Go out there and look today. They're getting ready to asphalt that piece, to concrete the piece to the north so they can start changing the traffic. All those parcels were tied together and had cattle and corrals in them until the last couple of years, solely because of what happened with the state building there. And if you look at that picture too, at the top, you can see the EMS building. That's your building, and you can kind of see from the picture the equipment that sits around that equipment yard. It still meets ag. The other building you can't see as much on because of the way the aerial's taken, but everything is gone because the state is building a road. Just because the state builds a road doesn't mean we should lose the ag exemption. We just have to go fallow for a year or two till we can put the cows back in when they put the fence back.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions? All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Did you want to respond to any of that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, where do I start? Let's see. I think it's really important Mr. Speaker made some really good points about the change in statute. Again, regarding the corners of pivots. And so there was a time in Cassia County where farmers were getting assessed at a very high rate for those corners that were not irrigated any longer. So the statute did change. But at that time, it made a very specific notation that land that is contiguous to land qualifying under subsection 1 of section 63-604, meaning that it's actually being farmed and you could store commodities or equipment on it, still qualifies for ag. The problem that we have here, certainly, is that we have never valued these parcels as ag because it was a gravel pit. And then when the gravel pit depleted, it was waste. A preliminary plat was approved. They went through the process of developing that property with additional improvements that are very expensive. And so certainly we're not valuing these parcels as retail lots that are going to be sold to developers tomorrow. This is raw development ground, and we're being responsive to the actual material improvements, very expensive improvements that were placed on those parcels. So nothing went back to ag. It was never valued as ag. A pond is not ag. So we're just looking at this as raw development ground, and then we are estimating the cost of the construction that has been done to those parcels, and it's a summation of those two components. And we think that's very appropriate, and we think that it's a corrective measure. We should have done this last year. We missed that. But moving forward, we're trying to be very responsive to that.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Question, then, what is the difference between the definition waste, when it went from the gravel pit, you're saying then it couldn't go back to ag? That's why you said it was waste?
We said it was waste because there was no materials being mined from the gravel pit any longer. They weren't selling off the gravel anymore. It was depleted. And so there was no use. There was certainly no agricultural use at that time. It was just an empty gravel pit.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So the values then, are different than ag. How did you get the value, I guess, from waste and ag? The difference between ag and waste?
It's a zero value. There's no, we're not applying anything. So ag land categories have 5 various categories based on the type of agricultural production that's in place, whether it's irrigated, whether it's non-irrigated, is it row crop versus grazing. And so in this situation for these parcels, when that gravel pit no longer had gravel to be pulled out of that area and then sold off, there was no use. We put it in waste. It's the same category that we would apply to public roads, not roads that are on private land that they paid to actually place that improvement on there. It would be, public roads would be waste, canals would be waste, something of that nature. So it'd be very akin to that. You could find the definition of waste ground in Administrative Rule 510, 511, and 512, and that's just non-productive land that has no value.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Non-productive land with no value, but you're valuing it at 2.7 million? On the top one, it's waste, and you're valuing it, went from 18,000 at waste and 2.7 million as development potential? Is that what you're saying?
I'll let Chet speak
Are
to
you,
that.
are you speaking of the current use of the? what
Well,
used
I'm
to be
talking
there?
about the number 1 parcel up there where it went from a gravel pit to waste and then to development reserve. Is that what the RES is for, reserve?
That would be residential.
Residential, development resident.
Yeah.
Okay, so even though it was waste for 2 years, it's now residential value, it's valued as residential value. I guess that's where I'm going. The difference between ag, the evolution, back to what I was talking about before, from point A to point B in terms of its use
Yes,
or potential use.
that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Well, you brought up a lot of issues here. And I think this is an issue that county government's grappling with all over the state, by the way. I don't think it's just unique to this corner of the world. And I actually have some legal questions which we can't take up in this in this forum. And so I think I'd recommend that we table this for at least until next week, so we can maybe get some legal analysis on it, because I am struggling with some legal analysis, because I don't see how a gravel pit can be agriculture yet necessarily, because it's a gravel pit. What are you gonna do? I guess you can put grapes in it, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know. But the owner says it's agriculture land, and then you're saying, well, it's developable land, and I just think we need to do some legal analysis. Is my question.
Mr. Chairman, I personally need more time. Legal would be helpful as well.
All right, I'd accept a motion to.
Well, Mr. Chair, if
Go
I
ahead.
could comment on that.
Sure, go ahead.
I mean, I would say we haven't really given that consideration to anyone else today. We go get additional legal advice. I would say that we decide today with the same
Got a motion?
instructions to both parties to, if they want to appeal, they can take more time, have the legal review at the Board of Tax Appeals.
You got a motion?
Well, I could propose a motion. And I think it's a close call. I think it's a tough one. Trying to get through all these arguments, I think I'm probably, for me, it hinges on the use question. And I think Mr. Moyle and Mrs. Moyle make a good point on that. I asked if any of the improvements had been done by the appellant in pursuance of a redevelopment, and they said no. They said on the record, everything that they improved was a requirement, not to build a subdivision, but to get the gravel pit as required by the city of Star. It sounds to me like the assessor's office is using those improvements to say, well, that means the use has changed. But if they were compelled to put those in by the city to get the gravel pit, I can't say that that is a change of use. I mean, they're saying on the record they haven't changed the use. Probably by next year, the use will be changed. So if I were to make a motion, I think I would say that the assessor should recalculate this based on the previous year's designations. So I would, if the board was inclined to do that, I would say that they could go back. And obviously, the value of the property could still go up, just based on the market. And I think based on the improvements, that could be another consideration that, I think a farm with a fire hydrant probably does have more value despite what the appellant said. But again, I would say that my motion would be to just instruct a reassessment at the previous year's designations.
Okay, do we have a second to the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I still stay with my original position that I think I need more information, and legal would be part of that before we go there.
Well, that's my evaluation as well. So I think the best we can do for this hearing today is table this, because we're going to be meeting next week on Board of Equalization, and this is a lot of information, and I think it's not only a lot of information, but it's information that is pretty valuable and would be of use.
Mr. Chairman, and to address Commissioner Davidson's concern, which I agree, we made some decisions earlier, but this one has, I think, much farther reaching implications in terms of what was, based on the discussion, ag land, et cetera, and usage. I think this decision that we make on this land is much broader and much more far-reaching.
And this is the first time we've looked at this and looked at something like this, and so did you have a motion? You didn't get a second to your motion. Do you have a motion?
I would move that we table, and do I need to list all of the numbers?
Well, it's listed on the agenda. I think.
Yeah, number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
No, we already took up 8. We've already handled
Oh,
it.
yeah, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. As listed on the agenda. We table them to what date?
Well, let's see the dates here.
Thursday, July 9 at 1 p.m.
Thursday, the what?
The 9th.
Thursday, July 9th at 1 p.m.?
We're still going to be in OBM, I mean, we're still going to be in BOE then? Okay. Okay, so is that your motion?
That's my motion.
And we can take up some time to consider all the, I mean, because we got a lot of issues to consider here.
And some of them are what Commissioner
Some of
Davidson
them are
actually
exactly
said.
what Commissioner Davidson said, no doubt. Okay, I'll second that motion. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. All right. Thank you.
You guys know what time to be back?
Oh, we already at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock on the 9th?
Is that what it is? 1 o'clock on the 9th, yeah. Okay. Okay, now we have before us, let's see, Richard Smith.
Again.
Okay.
Why don't you keep it because it's
Okay.
Aaron's.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I guarantee mine will be more boring.
Okay.
You promise to be more boring? Promise. Didn't have tab numbers, so I just put signed things in there. And the only things I really want to address are the first two tabs. The rest is just background stuff that maybe we'll get to, maybe we won't. So,
Okay, go ahead.
first of all, thank you for hearing my appeal. If I look at the first tab, the one that's got the little blue color up on top, the top section of that really is just mimicking the valuation I received, the work up there. So if you look at the bottom, it ties out to the spreadsheet. And the pieces I'm addressing are the next section below that starts with elimination of the sales adjustment. If I look at the top, yeah, they took the sales numbers and elevated those or increased those, based on inflationary numbers. But my thought was, in a flat market, why would you increase those? The other thing, looking at that same thing, the assessment that they got for 2026 is that first line in the blue section. So the assessment is less than their adjusted value. So again, I wonder why it's going up, and didn't think it should. But just eliminating the adjustment at median was worth about $13,000. The land adjustment is the next one. When I looked at the comps, and really more house one or their comp six, very comparable to my house or our house. One is on the water. I didn't see an adjustment for that. And it also has the same view, probably a better view than I do of Pond Six and the common area. And if I look at item 5 or comp 5, that house is identical to mine, same view. But I only have a minute left. I can go through and look at assumptions, different things, but if we go to tab 2 real quick, really what I want to do is make sure that how I'm treated is the way everybody else was treated. So if I look at that, I gave the assessor 10 comps of properties that were sold in my subdivision in 2025. 8 of them had direct access to water. They're right on the ponds. 5 were in the estates, which should have a higher valuation. One that wasn't was an award-winning house that was built during the Parade of Homes. And if I look at the other one that's not
on a lot or on the water or in the estates is basically the same size as ours. Same size lot, backs up to the park, Maze Creek, the Boise River, similar views other than the other. So if I look at the comps, and I get to the differences in the assessed values between 22, 26, all the comps were down 9.2%. I was up 9.4. And you look at the other columns, and I ran out of time, sorry, but when I look at that, and if I look at trying to correct that, I'm coming up with my assessed value, should be $1,000,008, $1,000,828, which says it at the bottom of there. And if I just look at last year, the increase there to the comps versus ours, I'm saying I should be $1,000,009. So somewhere in that range, but not 2,000,002.
Okay, any questions? All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jake Wilson, residential appraiser for the Ada County Assessor's Office. The subject's property is located at 1022 West Back 40 Drive in the Mace River Ranch sub in Eagle, Idaho. The area was reappraised for the 2026 tax year with an assessment of $2,205,000. Values within the subdivision range roughly from $1 million to $4.3 million. Page 2 is our mass appraisal defense. Page 3 and 4 are 6 sales that are similar to the subject with close river access, neighborhood ponds, walking paths throughout, and access to the greenbelt. Sales were adjusted to equalize the differences to the subject. The adjusted value ranged from $1.99 million to $2.5 million. Page 5 is an aerial photo showing the location of the subject and the comparables. Page 6 is a land value map. Page 7 is an aerial photo of the subject showing the property with direct access to common area with a pond and the Boise River to the north. There were 13 sales within the subdivision that sold in 2025. Mr. Smith asked that we analyze 10 of these sales. We, of course, have, because these are the sales we utilize to establish assessed values for the neighborhood. This is the principle of mass appraisal. We utilize all sales of sold properties as benchmarks. What may seem like a bunch of random sales start to paint a picture. Enough sales, and you can fill in the blank to complete the picture. By analyzing the differences between the sold to the unsold, we have derived market values for all properties. Sales reveal the market adjustments for size, location, and different amenities. For example, vacant land sales for the properties like the subject sold 53% more than neighboring lots on ponds in subdivisions at the time of development. Over time, the continuing sales will reveal the impact of the market value for differences in location within the sub. These sales will also reveal market trends for improved property differences. By using enough sales for varying size, quality, and location, we can develop models to determine accurate values for properties that haven't sold. A price per foot is analyzed after values are derived, not before. Price per foot is a nice tool to analyze similar types of properties, but less reliable when properties are less similar. Price per foot doesn't take into consideration differences in size, location, and amenities of varying homes. Mace River Ranch is not homogeneous, cookie-cutter subdivision. Therefore, analyzing price per foot becomes less reliable. The adjusted sale price provides a better representation of the subject's property. The sales were utilized to arrive at the assessed value, and they confirm the value of $2,205,000 as fair and reasonable. Thank you.
Okay.
At the examples they gave us, the first thing I looked at is when they looked at the comps, how they valued those and what they used statistically. They used averages of those as opposed to the median, because the pool they looked at is relatively small. Statistically speaking, you should be using the median. It goes through and throws out the highs and the lows and gets you to the midpoint. When I looked at the property valuations, and if we go back to their slide, it was the aerial, I don't know if you can put that up or not. and looking at my property, which is the subject property. I don't have a page on here, but it's this slide right here in their package. So if you look at the subject property, okay, I don't have water access. Two things, and I didn't do a very good job explaining it. The estate properties are generally worth more, again, all things equal, because they're in a gated community, and they fetched a higher value. They did from day one, and I think they still do today. You know, the other comment I'd make is you know, in their comps, they don't really differentiate between having water views and being on the water. I think they're comp 1, they're comp 2, they're comp 3, they're comp 4, and I think that's it, are all on the water. And there's really no differentiation in their model between being on the water and the view of the water. When I looked at the in their modeling, the valuations really for comp 5 and comp 1 were very similar. Their land values were $100,000 less than mine. I look at my lot on the path, again, the two lots that had the path were the last two lots to be sold on that street. And there was a reason they were the last ones to be sold. One, because, you know, I've got construction equipment and maintenance equipment going up and down that path behind my house. I've got walkers, I've got bikes, I've got everything else as far as privacy going up the path, behind the path, which the other houses do not have. So again, I looked at the values, and again, a big section is the land. And I think that the valuation they use just isn't comparable to mine. And when I did my analysis, I reduced mine from 750 down to 650, which was the comp in house 1 and in house 5. If you look at house 5, view is the exact same as mine. I've got a pond. They really have a river or a creek going back to their house, the Mace Creek. Then beyond the Mace Creek, you know, they've got the Boise River, as do I. In fact, I think the distance they have of open space in Lot 5 is greater than what I have in Lot 3. So one other point I'd like to make, when I looked at their analysis, when they looked at their, they looked at, where is the slide? I think it was the second page. The mass defense appraisal. You know, when you look at the statistics, I think what you're trying to do is get as close to comps as you can. They've got a sample of 1,500 properties with the median price, again, keeping in mind my proposed appraisal is $2.2 million. Well, their median price is $833,000. When I look at the average price, it's $1 million. So it's roughly about 37% at the median and about 47% at the average. With 1,500 samples, I don't know why they couldn't have moved the median to closer to the 200,000 or the $2 million as opposed to $800,000. It just seems like the sample that they picked isn't very statistically sound.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead.
Actually, it's for the assessor's office.
Okay, fine.
When you, back to basically what he was saying there, what things did you use? Because I think you said that there's a wide diversity in the development. So what criteria do you use to make the evaluations differentiate? Because even in your comps, there's not a wide variation, but there is some variation in terms of, like, number 2, for example, is not on the water. His is closer to the water than that one. Some of the issues he raised. What did you use as your evaluation process?
Number 2, I'm sorry, does back up to the Boise River, so they are on the water.
Okay. It's, okay.
In Williamson Ranch.
Exactly how you evaluate them, because yours does too, but in a different way, so. I mean,
Mine doesn't have water right?
not frontage, but there's water back there. Okay, go ahead.
Views, not frontage.
Yeah, so the comps we chose, comp 1 would be because of the location of the subject, comp 2, because it has backs to the river there. Comps 3 and 6 are located behind a gate, so, and comps 5 and 6 were selected by the appellant. Comp 2 is located in a comparable subdivision with similar attributes to the subject's property, located to a backing common area, no neighbors, with a walking path behind the property. So we're looking for similarities like that.
Variety
with
of
it.
similarities.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, if I looked at, we were looking at the wrong ones, 1 is on the water, right? 2 is on the water, 3 is on the water, 4 is on the water, 5 is not, but has the exact same view I do. Other than viewing water, they view, open area all the way to the river, right? And then I think the one that is in the estates, but, I would agree is not a great lot, is in the estates, and that's item 6. All the finishes and everything else are the same. When I looked at the midpoint of the 10 that I gave you, and I looked at that, at the median, they had the same number of bedrooms I did, they had the same number of bathrooms I did, they had the same square footage that I had of the lot, and they had similar views of the Mace Creek versus the pond. So again, when I look at the median, which is, to me, the right way of looking at the valuation, all of my properties were in Mace, okay? 1 wasn't in Williamson. And all, when I looked at the actual comparisons, they're pretty friggin' close. And again, I think it was within a couple hundred feet of 190 feet of buildable area or building area.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions of our staff? Okay. Is there a motion?
Can I add one more thing?
Sure, go ahead.
My property was reviewed in 2022, so when I look at the changes, my starting point theoretically was pretty good. Or at least,
Do you have an appraisal
Review.
on your property?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an appraisal on your property?
I don't, I did commercial, and what I tried to avoid is, and again, on the first, looking at their valuations versus the ones they came up with and the differences. You're really never gonna know what it is. Everyone has assumptions. The assumptions change it. I'm sure the appraisers often had ones that favored them. I've got ones that favor me. The only way really to tell is sell the property, which obviously I don't want to do.
Right.
But again, like I said, I was reviewed in 2022. So from that point forward, all I'm really trying to do is kind of avoid he said, she said, my assumptions, their assumptions, and get to a point where I want to be treated fairly like the rest of the neighborhood's treated. and that's really that tab two. And if I look at that tab two, you know, and I look at that, and maybe you don't look at it over the long period of time, but I think I've been screwed all the way throughout this whole process. If all my comps are down 9% and I'm up 9%, it just doesn't seem reasonable to me. And if you look at the specific numbers, there's some pretty big decreases compared to where I'm at. That's the far right column on that tab too. So if I look at that, I'm saying my value is about $1 million, you know, that $1.8 million, 828.7, call it, okay? And if I look at just last year, I'd say it's $1.955, if that's the only thing we can focus on. But, you know, it's not 2-2.
Okay,
And then again, they had another slide that talks about all the lot prices on that street. You know, the two lots that border that path are the worst ones. They're the two last to sell. Yeah, I moved here from Michigan, and that was one of the, I had my choice between those two.
yes, you had something?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners, if I may ask the appellant, I don't see any sale dates on your comparables. I don't know when these properties actually sold.
Well, they have, in what I gave you back here, we can get back there, they're all 2025. Hold on for a second.
Okay.
That second tab, it's right here, so that the first one's 3/18/25, next one's 12/1/25, 4/1/25, 10/8/25, 9/30/25, 10/15/25, 8/21/25, 9/19/25, 2/26/25, and 7/18/25. Just in the second to the last tab. So they were all in the comps I got from my Realtor through the MLS.
All right. Do you have any, anything additional for us? Okay, well, we need to make a decision here on this one. You have enough information? Want to make a motion?
I move that the Board of Commissioners, sitting as the Board of Equalization, uphold the assessor's evaluation of parcel number R5421240280 and authorize the chair to sign the documents on behalf of the board.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you, sir.
So no change?
No change, no.
So what's the procedure for appealing this?
You can appeal it to the Board of Tax Appeals.
I'm sorry, to who?
Board of Tax Appeals.
Okay.
They can give you the information, and you will have more time there. than you do-
Okay.
than you do here. And anyway, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now I need to make a big, broad motion on the rest of the information here. We need to make a motion on the withdrawn changes, the withdrawn no changes, changes, no hearing, no changes, no hearing, homeowners exemption appeals, BOE adjustments. So, who wants to fire off motion?
What page is that?
That's number 2 on page 3.
So can we just incorporate this into the bulk motion?
Yeah, if you like.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. All right, I'll move that the Board of Commissioners, sitting as the Board of Equalization, approve the assessor's modifications on the parcels listed under withdrawn changes and changes no hearing, uphold the valuations on the parcels listed under withdrawn, no changes, and no changes, no hearing, and on the homeowner's exemption appeal to grant the appeal and approve the assessor's modifications, and authorize the chair to sign the documents on behalf of the board.
I second the motion.
Okay. You've heard the motion. We still have the BOE adjustments. There's 330 of them. We did make, do that in the next motion?
That's this one we just did. That's the HOE appeal.
You have everything you need?
Approve or deny all of the BOE adjustments that are listed
Yeah.
on the agenda.
We need to have that approval or approve the BOE adjustments.
All right, well, that's a separate one, so let's. vote on
Okay.
that.
All right, we'll vote on your motion. All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, we'll need a BOE adjustments motion.
I'll move that the Board of Commissioners, sitting as the Board of Equalization, approve the BOE adjustments as listed on. Authorize the chair to sign the documents on behalf of the board.
I second the motion.
Yeah, you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
330.
330 of them, all right? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. We are adjourned.